Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council presentation ceremony to order. And first up tonight is Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Well, it is always a good night when we get to recognize one of our own. And tonight we recognize Monica de Leon Herrera for obtaining her certified municipal clerk designation. So, a little background. Monica has been employed with the City of Homestead since March of 2018 when she was hired as an administrative assistant / deputy city clerk. She became a member of the Florida Association of City Clerks in June 2018 and joined the Miami-Dade County Municipal Clerks Association in June of 2018 as well. Currently, the Florida Association of City Clerks has over 596 members. And out of those members, only about 210 have reached the certified municipal clerk designation. So that is amazing. We are honoring her tonight because of all the work that she put into receiving this, which entails many things, including 120 student instructor contact hours of in-depth courses and requires experience in a municipality. So this program prepares their applicants to meet the challenges of complex roles of the municipal city clerk and provides them with quality education in partnership with institutions of higher learning. So on behalf of the mayor and council, please join me in congratulating Monica on her efforts. If we can have, please, all of the city clerk office join too. And I understand that her son is here as well to pin her. Please come on up. Thank you very much for all your hard work here at the city. We appreciate you tremendously. Extra hand. You got the flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't like speaking in a big crowd, so sorry if I start. Okay. So I would like to begin by thanking the city for giving me the opportunity on achieving my CMC certification. It is a great honor for me to have achieved this in my hometown. I was born and raised here, so I'm very proud of that. Thank you to all the council, Mayor Loeffler, Vice Mayor Fletcher, Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth, Councilman Canaval, Councilman Davis, and also City Manager Jerry Estrada. Thank you all for everything. To my husband, Rafael, thank you so much for always being by my side through thick and thin, pushing me on continuing my education, as well as pushing me to attend the FACC conferences throughout these years. Thank you, babe, and I love you. To my kids, Güero, Camila, and Kike, thank you so much for understanding and believing in me. You kids are my life, and you are the reason I wake up every morning to get through some of my most difficult days. Los amo a los tres. Thank you to my mother, María de León. Gracias, mami, por todo. Usted sabe que usted es todo para mí, y sin usted, nada de esto sería posible. My mom is so special to me. She has helped me on achieving this CMC in so many ways. She has shown me that I must push through the most toughest things in life to get what I want. To my sisters and brothers and my dad that couldn't make it tonight, I love you all and thank you. Tonight, as I get the certification, I could not go without mentioning some extremely wonderful women that have made me into the professional lady that I am today. Ms. Kelly Sullivan, my first boss at University of Florida. Ms. Lucinda Charles Gibbs, my boss at Homestead Job Corps. And now my current boss, Ms. Elizabeth Sewell. These three ladies have taught me everything I know today, and I'm thankful for them three. Special thanks to Julissa Chavez, Liz Palau, Kia Day, and Ms. Sewell for everything. I am truly blessed to work with such an amazing ladies. The city clerk staff spends much more time together than we do with our own families. We have late nights on council meetings, COW meetings, special calls, and Agenda Fridays. Thank you, ladies, for everything you do. Councilwoman Bailey, a special thanks to you. I am honored to have you present me with this certification. Thank you all.
Let's hear it one more time for our very own. Congrats again. On to the next. All right, so my second presentation is for our Artists in the Spotlight program. Tomorrow night, we have our Artists in the Spotlight gallery night at the Seminole Theater. Thanks to the Friends of the Seminole Theater for that. And I'm also happy to announce that at least once or twice a year, we will have an Artist in the Spotlight dedicated specifically to Homestead Center for the Arts. So while many other months are theme-based, this one is just going to be an awesome representation of everything that is happening here in Homestead. So without further ado, if I can have the artists join me, please. I think we have about 7 of the 24 that are featured at the Seminole Theater. So please don't miss it. Tomorrow night, 6 p.m. There are always delicious hors d'oeuvres and drinks available there, so we hope you can join us and see some of this amazing talent. And if Charlie would like to say a few words.
This way. I know a number of you already. I'm Charlie Hudson with Homestead Center for the Arts. And as Councilwoman Bailey says, we do appreciate that the city both established and has continued the Artist in the Spotlight program. And of course, Jennifer Bailey is such a strong advocate for arts for all ages. And she brings as many events here as she can. And as many of you know, we are continuing to hope that we get, at least 1 or 2 more galleries in town, and so that's always a good thing. So in the meantime, we appreciate this opportunity for the artists to be highlighted. And yes, if you have a chance, then do come to the reception tomorrow night at Seminole at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Albornoz. I am an artist, journalist, and speaker, and so on and so on. I'm very blessed to be here tonight. Thank you, Councilwoman Bailey, for all what you do for us. Thank you, all of you, for all what you do for us artists. I'm very happy to be here and to be part of this awesome exhibition at the Seminole Theater. And I would just like to leave you with a message. I'm actually, some of you already know me, some don't. I'm going through cancer like for 8 years now and have survived 5 surgeries, 2 metastases, and I'm about to get into my 6th surgery, most probably in March. So I understood that life is short and that you only have this moment. So I ask you to enjoy life because that's what we are here for, to enjoy life. Ask yourselves if you are the best version you can be of yourselves and if you are a better version of yesterday. I'm sorry for my Spanish, it's not, for my English, it's not my first language, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. So stay focused, please. We are here to be happy. We are here to serve others, but we are here to serve each other as well. Like, first me, then the others, because if I don't love myself, how am I going to be able to love others? So I paint because it's my healing therapy, and I enjoy every time I'm painting because I forget about all my problems, all my pains, and it's really a blessing to be here. Thank you for the association. Thank you, Charlie, for all what you do for us. And that's all for today. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Charlie, for everything you do for the artists, local artists, and Bailey, too, and for all of you, too. So thank you for support the local artists. My name is Wanda Montas. I'm from Dominican Republic, and I've been painting since a little girl, and I always feel that art is what I love to do. And that's what I say, like, life is now, it's not tomorrow. It started from now. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody.
So, good evening, everybody. My name is Marie Ferraro, and I came to Homestead 2003 after retirement, and I started painting 2014. And painting helps me along because I always like to do something. I'm always doing something with my hands, and so I'm still painting, and that's what I do. And that's what I love. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joanne. I used to do makeup, but makeup wipes off, so I started painting instead. And this one is called Glimmering Tears because sometimes we find the strongest parts of ourselves during our pain. So thank you, Charlie, for everything you do.
Hi, Susan Sorrentino. I'm so proud to be part of this group. I just want to encourage you all to go to the reception tomorrow night, and I hope you realize that all of these artists, I think all, work in their homes, so you'll never get to see their art unless they're at a spotlight show. So thank you, Ms. Bailey, and we need to support our addiction of creation. All of us just keep going and want to create more. So all of the work at the Seminole Theater is for sale, and you'll sure put some smiles on these faces when they could go and buy more paint. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angelisa Halsey, better known as Miss Angie. I also work for Miss Bailey at Smart Start. So I believe painting, learning, and playing is the way of life. And you'll see that I love horses. So all my paintings at Seminole Theater are of horses for the rodeo, y'all. So check them out. And yes, I do paint at home, and I do whatever makes me feel good, and I hope it makes everybody else feel good. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
Hi, I'm Hugh Hudson. Thanks to Councilwoman Bailey and the entire council and mayor for providing this opportunity with the Seminole and with the Spotlight in the Artist in the Spotlight. It's a really great program. It's really great to see that Homestead is moving forward with arts, both public art and the kind of stuff that we do as well. And as Susan said, buy more art.
My name is Terry Rybovich. I moved to Homestead with my husband, John Ward, from my hometown, West Palm Beach, 4.5 years ago. And It's given me more time to draw, and I am happy to be showing with HCA at the Seminole Theater. I thank the Homestead City Council, especially Jennifer Bailey, for making this possible. We need more art in this town.
Hello everyone, I'm Patricia Betorello, I'm a photographer. I want to thank everybody, Mrs. Hudson and Ms. Bailey, for the opportunity that everyone gave us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claudia Macela, and I'm a nature photographer, always looking for beauty around. This picture is for a tiny mushroom that it was on the side of the road in Orlando. It was at night. I don't use Photoshop, so there's no subtraction or addition in colors or light. This is just what I saw at the same moment and of the streets, so I just took advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Charlie, and coordinating with all these amazing artists. Thank you all for putting your beautiful work at the Seminole Theater, and let's go buy some art tomorrow, 6 o'clock.
All right. If you haven't noticed, it's rodeo weekend in the city of Homestead. And as I was sitting up there, I'm thinking, in the rodeo spirit, can I get the audience to just give me a one big yeehaw? How about that? All right. Well, today we are going to be recognizing the Rodeo Association, as this rodeo will mark their 75th anniversary. And in a minute, I'll bring Jim. Jim, come on up here. If you want to bring up some of your supporting cast. Got to bring Joey. Joey's been with the rodeo forever. Come on, Joey. Bring up whoever you want to bring up here. Come on. Who? All of you. Come on. So, and I'll let Jim, he's going to give a little history and some things that are going on at the rodeo after I do this proclamation for the rodeo. There's a bunch of whereases on here, and I'm not going to take all night to read everything on here, but the first one is 2024 marks the 75th anniversary of the Homestead Rodeo. The first ever Homestead Rodeo was held at Municipal Park on Friday, November 11th, 1949. It was billed as the southernmost in the U.S., a bona fide Wild West event staged on the national holiday Armistice Day. The Homestead Rodeo Association was formed in 1952 by 17 local businessmen who shared a love of horses and the excitement of the sport of rodeo. The Homestead Rodeo Association's mission statement is to promote the sport of rodeo and other equestrian activities to benefit the greater Homestead, Florida city community and support our youth through those activities. Now, therefore, Mayor Stephen D. Losner does hereby proclaim Saturday, January 24th, 2024, as the 75th anniversary Homestead Rodeo Day. You made it. You want to do a picture in front or back? And then we'll let you just... Well, let him say a few words first.
Yeah.
This is Jim Bauman. He's the president of the Rodeo Association. How long you been doing it for?
A long time. I just want to thank the mayor and council for the proclamation. That was really nice of you. Yeah, 75 years is pretty amazing. I'm proud to be a member of this association. I'm proud of all these folks, volunteers, members, associate members, members emeritus. The old guys showed up here. I love them all. And this year has been really great. We were going through all the archives that we have, trying to put together a historical exhibit. If you've been to the Town Hall Museum, there's an exhibit there. Check that out. There's a lot of artifacts, one-of-a-kind things. I even donated my old jacket there, so you could see that. But one of the younger kids here had an idea, we should do that at the rodeo grounds. So in our barn, we actually have a historical exhibit this year. So if you come to the rodeo, go in the barn. There's a slideshow of there's over 700 images. It's pretty amazing, and you just look at that and you just see what a history this rodeo is and what a big part of this city it is. It goes way back, you know, it's just amazing. A lot of prominent families, farmers, agriculture. I mean, it's truly a hometown rodeo, and we'd love it to continue for years to come, for many more generations. You know, it's been my pleasure to be president for a while. I've seen kids grow up, and you know, and they're still here. You know, it's flattering to me, but it's just an amazing sport. There's not a sport like rodeo, and that's why all of us truly love the sport, and we just come back and volunteer our time, and it's just, there's nothing like it. So I hope you all can make it to the rodeo this weekend. I just can't say enough about it. Check that exhibit out, and let's see, there's another event tomorrow morning, actually. We've been doing a reading program for first graders for many years, where first graders they do a field trip to our rodeo. And they were given a book to read about rodeo, and they get to see behind the scenes and learn all about rodeo. That's a thing we've been doing for a long time, and that's really great to see the kids' faces light up for that. So I was hoping Tom, you want to say something? I'd love to hear you speak, because Tom was our arena director for many years. He came down from Missouri for this, so I'm honored that he's up here. Tom?
Thank you, Jim. First off, I want to thank the Homestead City Council. I know a few of them, been friends down here. I come down here in 1968, thanks to the U.S. government. And I stayed until 2010. And I had other commitments in Missouri. I still live up there. And I love it. It's out in the country. But the time that I started working with this association and everything that they have done, this is not a I program. This is a we program. We all make this rodeo go. And I want to thank everybody that's ever been into it. I want to thank all the people that come to it. We're going to have perfect weather this year. No reason not to get out and come unless you couldn't buy a ticket. And I want to thank Jim for all of his work. He's been a great leader. And I just can't say enough about this whole association, and this will probably be my last trip to make down here. So you all have a good rodeo next year too. So thank everybody. Thank you, council. Thank everyone.
So yeah, I wanted to thank council and the city. You know, you guys have done a lot for us over the years, supplying cones, barricades, things like that. You even helped us expand our footprint as much as you could. This year, on the northern side of the ticket office, there is a warm-up pen. That was essential to get more space for contestants to warm up their horses. And it's really coming in handy, because this year we have more contestants than we've ever had. It's going to be an amazing show. That's quite a feat. So that was perfect timing for that. So. Yeah, we'll have a new event called Breakaway, Women's Breakaway Roping. We've never done that before. That's a WPRA event. First time we're doing it here. That just started in 2020. So that's an even even more action, and we're expecting just a huge crowd. Last year was our biggest year ever. We had close to 20,000 people over the weekend. We rent a field next to the arena, 13 acres. I can show you drone footage of that. It was totally packed. So that shows you what we can do. I don't need a survey. I can tell you, if it's easy to park, people are going to come out and go to the rodeo because there's nothing else like it. We're the only pro rodeo in Miami-Dade County. Yep, that's southernmost rodeo in the continental U.S. They said that on the 1949. But yeah, I want to invite you all to come experience the rodeo. We've been doing a VIP tour, behind the scenes tour before rodeo. We're doing that on Saturday. Some of you have come before, and you get to meet some of the contestants, see how we do things back there with all the stock and everything. It's very enjoyable. So please come out and see that, and make sure you check the exhibit out there. But so we just, we want to continue this thing, so we really need to work on something with our parking problem. I heard a rumor that that field is sold. I don't know if that's true, but if that field is sold, that's going to have a major impact on the rodeo. And it's urgent that we address that at this time. We can't wait anymore. So I'd love to talk to each of you individually, collectively, whatever we could do, brainstorm, but something needs to take place after this rodeo. So we'd appreciate your support on that. Thanks, everybody. Hope to see you out at the rodeo. Thank you.
So, just real quick, for those that may be going out there, Friday night is your Tough Enough to Wear Pink night. Saturday's show is Dedication, and then Sunday is Patriot, Military Appreciation Day. So Friday night, if you're going out, you wear pink. On Saturday, what do they wear? Whatever they want. And then clothes, yeah, don't come out naked, okay. And then on Sunday, bring your best red, white, and blue, and let's show our support for not only the rodeo, but the United States of America as well. Thank you, Jim. Thank you guys for everything you guys do out there, and I look forward to being out there with you all 3 days.
Well, again, thank you all, and thank you to council members Bailey and Roth. We will call the regular council meeting to order at 6 o'clock. If you're going to be here for that and you wish to speak, remember, please fill out a speaker's card. It looks like we have a packed agenda and a packed house tonight, and if you wish to make public comments, it's a reminder that you do need to fill out a speaker's card, and we will convene at 6. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing. Test 1, 2. Test. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test. This is a test. Testing. Yeah, I heard it too, right?
Test, test. All right. Mayor and council, mayor and council. All right, I did it.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Again, a quick note tonight before we open the meeting. If you wish to speak either on a specific agenda item or under general public comments, you'll need to fill out a speaker's card and give to the clerk, and we will hear you in the order in which your speaker's card is received.
Testing. Okay.
Test 1 2 1 2 3. Sounds wonderful.
We good? We're good. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, January 24th, 2024. This evening, the invocation will be given by Pastor Benjamin Perez of Purpose Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilwoman Avila and the Homestead Police Explorers. Everyone, please rise. Pastor Perez here? Oh.
Good evening, everyone. From the Gospel of Matthew chapter 5, God blesses those who are poor and realize your need for him, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. God blesses those who are humbled, for they will inherit the earth. God blesses those who hunger and thirst for justice, for they will be satisfied. God blesses those who work for peace, for they will be called children of God. God blesses those who are persecuted for doing right. And God blesses you when people mock you and persecute you and lie about you and say all sorts of evil things against you because you are my followers. For you are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp and then puts it under a basket. Instead, a lamp is placed on a stand where it gives light to everyone in the house. Heavenly Father, we come to you with grateful heart, thanking you for a beautiful city of Homestead. As a city, we pray for Mayor Losner, Vice Mayor Fletcher, and for every councilman and councilwoman and their families. We ask you, Lord, to give upon every member the wisdom necessary to lead this great city, the grace to unify us, and the strength to stand for what is right. Respectfully, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Conable? Councilman Conable?
He's here.
Councilman Roth?
Here.
Councilman Davis?
Here.
Councilwoman Avila?
Here.
Councilwoman Bailey? Here. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Here.
Mayor Losner?
Here. Thank you. Quorum is present. I'd like to deviate from the order of the agenda, and based upon my conversation with the attorney earlier, I think we need to have a motion and a vote to do that. I would like to hear additions, deletions, and deferrals, debate any of those prior to public comment. So do we have a motion to move the portion of the agenda titled additions, deletions, or deferrals ahead of public comments? Moved and seconded. Any objections? All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Mr. Manager, do you have any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Thank you, Mayor. There's one deletion, which is card number 4147, tab number 15, the waiver of usage fees request from the Children's Trust. Councilwoman Bailey and Avila have agreed to sponsor the event for them, and so we're pulling the item.
Okay, thank you. Anything further?
No, sir.
Thank you. Council, I would ask for a motion of deferral of the item to be brought forward by the city manager with respect to the extension of the contract of the employment contract of our chief of police. I'm asking for a motion to defer that item with no time certain.
Motion.
We have a second.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion among council? All right, I understand we will need to have the opportunity for public comment limited to the motion to defer this item, with the extension of the police chief's contract. So motion to defer without a time certain. All right, I will close the public hearing then and ask for a roll call vote on the deferral of that item.
Councilman Roth?
No.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Cannavale?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
No.
Councilman, Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. The item is deferred. We will now open the floor to public comments, and I will call you according to the order in which your public speaker card was clocked in. This is with respect to, jump in if I'm speaking incorrectly, Mr. Attorney, general public comments not with respect to a specific agenda item. You will have the opportunity to speak on a specific agenda item that will be coming forward at that time. This would just be general public comments. So the first is John Holmes. Mr. Holmes, are you here, and do you still wish to speak tonight? Good evening, Mr. Holmes. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm John Holmes, 45 Northwest 2nd Ave. I'm also a sergeant with the Homestead Police Department, and I'm also the PBA rep. I'm here today because I have some issues.
Let me interject real quick. I'm sorry, I should have said this earlier. Madam Clerk, I know we have a full house and we have a lot of speakers registered, and I'd like to have a 2-minute time limit. My time now is not going to cut into you, but just so you know.
Okay.
We'll restart your clock, so go ahead, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have an issue with a lot of people accusing the Homestead Police Department of being corrupt. I've been in this department for 20 years, and I've seen a lot of people come and go. And I hate to say that there's people in our department that are corrupt, because if there's one officer in our department that is corrupt, that means we're all corrupt. We had a rally, I guess, this weekend with people protesting an issue that occurred with one of our officers of a use of force, in which no one had the proper information. They went on and did their rally without knowing that that issue was already closed by the state attorney's office. It had already been investigated and closed. And that's a real serious issue with me, because I am personally tired of being called corrupt. You can say, oh, it's the Homestead Police Department, and I know everybody don't feel that every officer in the police department is corrupt. But when you call one of us corrupt, and we're there and we know someone's corrupt, that means all of us are corrupt. And I don't believe that. Nowhere in this department have I seen any corruption. And if there was, the chief has always taken care of it, and the command staff. And my second thing, before my 30 seconds are up, is referring to the city manager. I just have a question, and it doesn't have to be answered now, because I know I can talk to all of you guys whenever I want to. I haven't talked to these two, I haven't met them yet. What has the city manager done that the 6 or 7 other city managers haven't or had done? You know, because I find it hard that on the first day that we get a new council, he's being up for termination. That's just a question I have, and like I said, you can answer it or you don't have to, but I would really like to know, and I'll leave that for you guys to talk about it later.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay, the next speaker is Andreas Salvat. Mr. Salvat, are you here? Sure, please come on down to this microphone and give us your name and address for the record. And remember, we have a time limit of 2 minutes per speaker.
Hello, my name is Andras Salvat, and my address is, I give my address, sorry.
It's here. Please go ahead and give it for the record.
11242 Southwest 244 Terrace. I'm here speaking today in regards to the same issue that the previous public comment was about, and I would like to say that I was at this rally this past weekend in regards to police brutality. And my oldest sister, she was a prosecutor in the state of Florida. I understand of the importance of public safety, of law enforcement, of the justice system, and her former boss, Catherine Fernandez Rundle, the state attorney, closed this case on the subject of police brutality on the beating of this man, this migrant worker that we were protesting in regards to. I don't want to say anything in regards to corruption on the police department, but I will say that I've been deeply concerned with the excessive use of force by this police department, by the justifications that they use that this was authorized or that this is legal, or that the state attorney has made this something that shouldn't be spoken about, shouldn't be debated, argued over. There are multiple instances of the state attorney failing to prosecute police officers, prison guards who have tortured, beaten, abused inmates, regular everyday citizens, and I don't believe that public officials have the say over whether something is an authorized use of force. I believe that the citizens have the right to say that. That is all. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Before you leave, though, let me ask you, have you seen the entire 33 or 34-minute video, or are you speaking with respect to the highly edited and compressed video?
I'm speaking in regards to the entire incident, and I'm also speaking in regards to multiple other incidents involving Miami and Homestead Police. In specific, there's a case that was never brought justice upon. It's not in regards to the city of Homestead, but there's a man by the name of Darren Rainey, who he was a prisoner in Miami who was abused by prison guards.
Don't mean to cut you off, but I do have to cut you off. And, we deal with Homestead here, and we're all aware of other very egregious instances outside of our jurisdiction. Again, with respect to the Homestead situation, I would encourage you to educate yourself and watch the entire unedited video. It may not change your mind.
I did.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next registered speaker is Carol Jackson. Ms. Jackson, are you still here? Do you still wish to speak? No, thank you. Next is Cardell Hayes. Mr. Hayes, are you still here? You still wish to speak? Cardell Hayes. Okay. Next, we have Carlos Asensio. Mr. Asensio? Good evening.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you all for serving the community and ensuring that the community's interests and concerns are heard. We are here to say that there is a need for change in the leadership of the City of Homestead Police Department. As you may know, recent footage has surfaced of an immigrant who was violently beaten by the police for drinking in public. And I want to thank Captain Fernando Morales for providing a quick response to the community's concerns. And here's our response. I want you to understand that the community's response to the footage is not just about an individual instance. It's about a systemic pattern of injustices that me and other people of the community have faced in terms of being taken advantage of and abused by the City of Homestead Police Department. Therefore, we are here to ask you in the next, because you guys took it off, to vote no on the extension of Chief Rowe's contract because we see it is now time for new leadership to help and protect and serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Tanya Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, you still here? Wish to speak? Hi, good evening. Come on down, please. Hi, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Tanya Gonzalez. I am not going to come in and speak on behalf of agenda item number 8 because it has been tabled, but I will definitely speak on the items that we've been discussing right now. It is not just about the video. As the previous person said, it is about the culture. So it's a matter of this isn't the only instance where there should not have been an interaction that escalated. We do need to focus on de-escalation, and maybe it is time to have new leadership with a new culture and a new style of managing our police force. I have my daughter who's now already of age, but when she was in high school, she was pulled over by Homestead Police. There was no traffic stop. They took their cell phones so that they could review their cell phones and go on their Instagram to look at potential criminals endangering my child. These are things that cannot be accepted, because the minute that we start accepting this, then that means that each and every one of our freedoms, the means does not, the way that they're doing this is not going to help with the outcome, because we're not using the proper policing and proper policies. The Constitution is still one of the most important documents that runs the United States and should be running the City of Homestead as well. So the only thing that we're asking for is proper policing, and maybe it's time for to give someone else a new opportunity. But we cannot turn a blind eye to improper policing just because it wasn't prosecuted, or just because somebody dropped the case. It is improper and it's unconstitutional no matter which way we look at it. We should not just be aggressively escalating situations. We should not be harassing citizens, and we should not be intimidating them to not come in and speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Susan Corey. Susan Corey, are you still with us? Go on down. Okay. All right. I'm advised that Mr. Hayes has rejoined us. You were registered to speak. Mr. Hayes, do you still wish to speak tonight in general commentary?
Sure. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Cardell Hayes, 3910 Northeast 13th Drive, 33033. Essentially, just a few comments. Just backtracking into November 2023, we know that the city manager conversation was extended, and the community at large has been very interested in the city manager's status. And I know that's for conversation tonight. I don't know if we got into it in the agenda. Obviously, members of the NAACP South Dade branch are very interested. And excuse me, Mayor Lawson, I'm not for sure, but President Harold Ford of the organization has probably reached out to you, has sent letters. Hopefully the rest of the council administration has been aware of those letters. So tonight, we just want to make sure that there's clear visibility on all of the steps that are taken towards the manager. We want to make sure that there's a fair process in that whole agenda. So,
well, Mr. Hayes, are you speaking to the city manager or the chief of police?
well, I just mentioned the city manager.
Okay.
Yeah, I was not aware of any issues as of right now regarding the chief of police.
Well, the conversations that the in-person meetings that I had with Mr. Ford from the South Dade branch of the NAACP, who did follow up with what I would characterize as some pretty incendiary correspondence a couple days ago, was generally with respect to the chief of police, not the city manager.
Okay. Are there any relationships between the city manager's status and the chief of police? One of the things we mentioned in November of 2023 is if there's a domino effect of the city manager being dismissed, is that a straight shot to the chief of police being impacted? So is there any associations to that?
The hiring of any city manager, and even this city manager, is a direct link to the continued employment of virtually every employee of the city of Homestead, and particularly those who are not protected by collective bargaining agreements. Now, to bring you up to speed tonight, you weren't with us when we had the discussion. The manager was bringing forward on the agenda tonight an extension a year in advance of the contract of the chief of police, who I might add is the only department director who has a written agreement for employment.
Chief of police.
The chief of police.
Okay.
That does not expire for about a year. Okay, so the chief has a contract for employment that the manager was requesting this council to go ahead and extend for another year, a year in advance. That item was deferred by a vote of this council early on in tonight's meeting. Later on, we have an agenda item tonight to begin to lay the groundwork and meet a waypoint on the council's obligations under this city manager's contract to lay the groundwork and move forward, potentially with a termination of this manager.
So I don't know all of the details. If that's coming up, I'd probably like to sit and see how that unfolds for right now. Obviously, the NAACP South Dade branch is very interested in all actions because at the end of the day, it's all about the equality, fairness of all people. If the city manager is open to diversity, equity, and inclusion, then of course that could impact others within the administration. So I think that's where the organization is very interested in that whole movement process. My only role here is to communicate along with the first vice president, who is here also, to communicate this back to the president, Harold Ford, just to try to understand the process as it relates to today.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, and finally, our last registered in-person speaker is Brandy Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, do you still wish to speak?
Good evening to all. Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast 1st Street. Justice for all, equality for all has been mentioned tonight. Born and raised here in Homestead and serving the community, I feel blessed and honored that I was able to knock on thousands and thousands of doors. I want to thank Mayor Losner, Vice Mayor Fletcher, Councilman Clemente Canaval, and Davis for speaking with some of those voters and today deferring something that was important. Today, what I would like to speak on is reference. I did see the full video. I did reach out to mayor and council by email, addressing to the city manager questions and concerns from our community. This video, it should not happen to anybody. SOPs of Homestead Police Department, SOPs have regulations to be followed. There's a sign that was in English, the person only spoke Spanish. It could have been fairly where the officer would have addressed this person's and let them know what the English lettering stated. Ask them to please be warned and move out of the area. If they were to return back, other steps could be processed. Our community wants transparency and answers. Tonight, 4 of the council and mayor voted for that. There's several agenda items that are on here that tonight, this room is full because of that. But it's also full of officers that were forced to be in attendance. There is no transparency in the police department. The morale of the police officers have changed. It is time for new leadership. I know there's another agenda item, I'll speak under that. But there also is time for change for city manager. The community has asked for it. They voted for people that promised that it will happen. We look forward to seeing that tonight. Thank you.
Finally, is there anyone online? Okay. Let's bring them in. Hello, whoever's online? He's on now? Is it
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes. Hey, Mayor, this is Romero Horta, 2040 Southeast 19th Street. I just wanted to inform you and council, I appreciate you guys for deferring this matter that was presented to you by the city manager. There's a lot of issues that are going on that need answers from both Chief Rowe and City Manager Estrada. I think it's time where they have a nice chat in regards to allowing either Rowe to either retire or you guys can take that appropriate action as to what needs to be done. Besides that, there's a lot of people that have already shared the issues that they're having with HPD. And also, I want to address the comment that Carlos Morales made to the media in regards that this video that was not only held hostage by HPD for the past year and a half because they wanted us to sue them to get the video, and now that we finally got the video, he wants to say that it's coincidence that we're doing this with Chief Rowe. No, it's not coincidence. It's a snowball effect that was caused by you, Carlos. You held it, you should have let it go, and now that it's out, it's even worse because it seems like you were hiding it. But I'm going to drop it. I just really want to bring to your attention, Mayor, thank you for taking my call last night. The the softball tournament with Miami-Dade Public Schools in the north. The Miami-Dade Public Schools want to do a partnership with Harrisfield and the city of Homestead to host the South Schools tournament for Miami-Dade middle schools. Right now, they're all meeting at Tamiami, and there is no space, so they're looking for fields. So please expect that call from Miami-Dade Public Schools, and hopefully you and council will be open to this great opportunity for the girls of South Dade. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Orta. All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I can address some of the comments that were made. Very serious comments. And I'm going to turn it over to the chief and Captain Morales in a second here. But I've been working with the chief for over 20 some odd years, okay? And he's a man of integrity who cares about this community and its residents. And I have seen in action, whenever a police officer is out of order, has abused a citizen of any nature, he takes action. Perfect proof. La Piedra Bar on Chrome Avenue. We had an officer that was abusing the migrants. He sent it to the state attorney's office to address it. We had a jailer that abused the prisoners when they would walk in, slap them in the head, knock them into a wall. This man referred it to the state attorney's office. Not Homestead's investigating it and they're okay, the state attorney's office. So I take offense with the general comments being made about this man and this police department. And with that, I'll turn it over to Captain Morales so he could bring you up to speed with this particular incident.
Thank you. Good evening, Captain.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a little brief. I'm not going to be long. Like I've stated, and I stated in the media also, this is an approximately 40-minute encounter that has been condensed to several minutes in a video. What that video lacks is context as to what occurred that day and how it transpired to get to the use of force, okay? Prior to that, for months, police officers were going to this area and warning people, warning our vagrants, warning the people that were loitering in the back that that is private property. It's not public property. It's private property, to please leave, okay? The owners were asking us to please help them out with this. Officers did this for months. Every single time they would go back, they'd find several people loitering, drinking beer. The businesses were also complaining about the garbage that was being left behind, the smell of urine, and defecating in the back, where an employee at one point in time stepped in it while he was taking the garbage. So, as Ms. Ramirez said, you know, the process, we did do the process. We were there months warning people. On this particular day, the officer went back, was talking to the gentleman. There were three people there drinking that day. 2 cooperated with the police and were warned and dismissed. 1 did not cooperate with the police, and you see the video. What's not shown in the video is the 30-something times that the officers pleaded with the subject, saying, please, those words, in Spanish, to stop resisting. That he was under arrest because he was uncooperative with the officers. They advised him that he was violating the law, that he was going to be placed under arrest. He was very evasive, did not want to provide any information, so the officer made the decision to go ahead and arrest him. During that arrest, you can see where the subject immediately tries to escape the officer. When the officers grab a hold of him, he begins his resistance. What you don't see and what they don't tell you is that during this scuffle, the subject grabbed the officer's pinky that was holding on to his arm and started bending it backwards to the point where the officer thought he was going to break his finger. At that point, the officer can deliver a closed hand strike. Mr. Fletcher, you've trained with us. You understand the use of force matrix. These are the tools that are given to police officers when they're using force. And they're very specific. During the scuffle, the officer also delivered a knee strike, which he can, which is a lesser included from the punch. That knee struck the subject's nose. He began bleeding. We all know you get hit in the nose, you bleed profusely. Mr. Cannibal, you're a doctor, you understand that, right? You bleed profusely, and that is what's shown in the video. It took several officers to place this man under arrest. He's an inebriated person, okay? And if you've ever used force on an inebriated person, these men and women back here, anybody will tell you, Mr. Fletcher will tell you, their strength is doubled and tripled. The effects of the spray didn't work. The effects of a taser didn't work. Okay? As soon as this incident ended, the subject was treated on scene, was provided first aid by the officers. Fire rescue was contacted, and he was taken to the hospital to be treated. Okay? Immediately when this was brought to our attention, because I want to be clear, and this is also something that's not being said, this did not come from the outside. This complaint came from within the police department. And as soon as I heard about it, I reviewed it, I brought it to the chief's attention. The chief ordered me to take it directly to the state attorney's office. That doesn't happen in many departments, but it happened in this one. The state attorney's office conducted a completely independent investigation to this. I wasn't involved, the chief wasn't involved, the command staff wasn't involved. They did their own investigation. And they found that the officer violated no laws. Now, we don't make the laws, we enforce them, which is what the officers were doing that day. I've said it time and time again, and when I've gone to some of our non-for-profit organizations, along with the chief and our command staff, when we've spoken to migrant workers. A couple years ago, I think it was last year, there was a huge bill that passed in the Senate about migrant workers. People were fleeing Florida, and we were the first ones, including the chief, which was one that said that we're not immigration. We went to these non-for-profits to explain to everybody, please follow the law, and you won't get in trouble. You probably won't even encounter INS or Homestead Police Department. If, in fact, you do get arrested, cooperate with the police department. We've been saying this. The chances of, we respond to thousands of calls every year. Many arrests are made, okay? We prefer that the person give up peacefully, surrender themselves, have their day in court. But if they choose to be violent or to fight the officers, at the end of the day, we have a job to do, which is uphold the law in this city. That is what's required of us. That is what you want us to do. That's what all the residents want us to do. We handle many calls. Last year, I only handled 12 complaints. So this notion that Homestead Police has this use of force problem is not true. Or we're not being told. Or somebody's not being told. We could sit here and say the worst thing about anybody, but without having any proof, without having any data, that's all it is data. We've investigated everything to the letter. Right now, we're dealing with a case of an officer at the state attorney's office that's been there for 5 years. That came from within, from Chief Rowe. Now, we're not in control of what an outside investigative body does. When we have given it to, FBI has made arrests, state attorneys have made arrests of officers. That kind of work is not tolerated by the chief or this command staff. And these men and women behind us know that. And they know that whatever decision is made by the chief is backed up by the city manager, and frankly, you guys too. I myself have been in major uses of force. One specifically, you were in it with me when you worked with us. And the lengths that we had to go to subdue this person was amazing. We were tired. But officers have been killed by juveniles, by 12 years old, by 13-year-old. So size doesn't matter. I just wanted to update you guys. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
appreciate that in-depth and, the rest of the story, conversation. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. And I too wanted to say that I was a Homestead police officer for 15 years. I've been through the same training that most of these officers have been through, and I can honestly say that we probably have one of the best trainers in the Southeast Florida that works for the city of Homestead. And I think he provided that opportunity to every officer here for use of force continuum training. I watched the edited video. I have not watched the raw unedited video, and it does not look good. But I also read the state attorney's report that said the officer provided services in accordance with his use of force continuum. So I have to respect the state attorney when they say that. They've cleared the case. The chief and the command staff have done everything they needed to do when it comes to this particular incident and others. So I want to thank them for their service and their honor for doing that as well.
If I may, something else just came to mind. Since this incident, okay, our training has been enhanced at the order of the police chief. That doesn't mean we did something wrong and now we're changing our training. No, we're just adding to it more precise training on use of force, more precise training on de-escalation. So the things that the majority of the public usually asks for in these instances, which is transparency, another investigative body investigating it, is done. More training for police officers, it's being done.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council that are appropriate for a public forum?
Mayor, one more thing. I want to correct a misstatement from Mr. Orta, claiming that we were holding the video from the public and that we had to get sued to release that video. That is incorrect. Once the incident was referred, and Captain, please correct me if I'm wrong. Once the incident was referred to the state attorney's office, they asked us not to release the video until they finished their investigation. Once they did, the video became available.
As a matter of fact, when this video was requested by them, there's documentation where an estimate was provided to them on June 2nd of 2023. And since then, we had not heard any response until lately.
Very good. All right. Thank you. All right, that takes us to the quasi-judicial portion of our meeting tonight. Good evening, Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, did we, the consent agenda?
Consent agenda. That's okay.
I'll jump ahead here. All right, let's go back to tabs 1 through 3, item 5, the consent agenda. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey. Second by Councilman Cannonball. All in favor? Any opposed? Hello again, Mr. White.
Yes, this is the quasi-judicial section of your agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any of the quasi-judicial items on the agenda.
Mr. Davis, any new disclosures?
None, sir.
Councilman Cannonball? Councilor Fletcher? I believe since the last meeting, the Portobello Estates items 7 through 10, I don't believe that I've had opportunity to disclose those. You also, Vice Mayor?
Mayor, yes, correct.
Yes, okay, very good.
Portobello.
Thank you. Councilman Roth? Yeah, 7 through 10 for everyone, together with any prior disclosures that may apply to second readings.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on any of the quasi-judicial items this evening, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mayor, council members, tab 4 is a second reading of a rezoning ordinance. The companion applications for site plan and T-plat are 5 and 6. I could introduce each one of those. We could collectively have a public hearing discussion and then take a separate vote, first on the rezoning, followed by the site plan and T-plat.
The presentation in bulk with a separate vote.
Yeah. So tab 4 is a second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by RBS Homestead LLC of an approximately 2.35 acre parcel of land from restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district to retail commercial B2 zoning district for the property generally located south of Southeast 8th Street, Lucy Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, and west of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and providing for an effective date. Tab 5 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by RBS Homestead LLC for the development of a 135,250 square foot self-storage facility on an approximately 2.35 acre parcel of land, generally located south of Southeast 8th Street, Lucy Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, west of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And finally, tab 6 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by RBS Homestead LLC for the development of a 135,250 square foot self-storage facility on an approximately 2.35 acre parcel of land, generally located south of Southeast 8th Street, Lucy Street, east of Southeast 6th Avenue, west of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Guardino.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is the entirety of the development process as you see it. What they typically do is they change the zoning from one thing to another, then they submit a site plan that conforms to that zoning category, and then there's the ministerial act of the tentative plat approval. This is the second reading of the rezoning. We are recommending approval because the new zoning category requested B2 is implements the comprehensive plan category. So that is something that works for the City of Homestead. We are saying that the site plan is approvable because their site plan conforms to our zoning code with no variances, no special exceptions or any of that. So there's no reason to deny it. It conforms with the code. And again, the tentative plat is largely ministerial, basically a boundary survey of the property. And so we're recommending approval of that. If you have any questions, I can answer them, or the applicant should be here to answer the questions on their behalf. Thank you.
Let's first see, is there anyone here on behalf of the applicant? Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Brad Gould with the law firm of Gray Robinson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, RBS Homestead LLC. Unfortunately, my client rep, Michael Haas, was going to be here tonight, but he had a family emergency, so I'm doing this solo. I don't know if you, I guess I can go forward with the formal presentation, or I can just take questions, whatever the council prefers.
Did we see the presentation at the
Sure.
first reading? No, did we?
It's essentially the same presentation. The only thing that I added was a photo of a similar self-storage facility that my client has developed elsewhere, just so you get a...
Let's run through it then.
Okay, sure. So RBS was here last month on the first reading of the rezoning from B1 to B2. Tonight, we're here before you on the second reading for the rezoning, as well as concurrent applications for site plan approval for a self-storage facility and tentative plat approval. So the overall subject property is located on the south side of Southwest 328th Street. It's east of 6th Avenue, and the rear of the property is bordered by the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike. So my client is only looking to develop the rear portion of the overall site, which is, we're looking to develop 2.35 acres of the 4.36 acres of the overall site. We have the 2.35 acres under contract presently. Just so there's no confusion, the rezoning and the site plan approval only pertain to the interior portion of this overall property that we have under contract, right? And we refer to that as parcel 3, and you'll see why when I show you the survey. In fact, let me go to that right now. So our tentative plat, we're seeking to divide the overall property into 3 parcels. Parcel 1 and 2 will essentially be out parcels, which the current owner will retain ownership of, and at some future date will develop. And we're purchasing the rear portion and the 30-foot strip that runs from the rear interior portion to Southwest 328th Street. That strip is going to provide us with access and utilities. We're going to convey back to parcels 1 and 2 an easement, so those parcels can also use the 30-foot strip for access and utilities in the future. Let me go back. I actually meant to go back. So it's hard to see, but the subject property is the only property within this entire block that's actually not Zone B2. To the east of the subject property, the vacant land is Zone B2, and then, or it's one of the only ones. I shouldn't say it's the only one. I misspoke. And then to the west, there's a BJ's Wholesale that's Zone B2, as well as an automotive dealership that's Zone B2. So you see that the scale of the character of the area and is consistent with the B2 zoning, and the B2 zoning is consistent with the existing land use designation, which is a technology mixed use. So we are looking to develop the subject property, which is again parcel 3, with 135,250 square foot self-storage facility. It'll contain 3 buildings. The main building is a 4-story, 50-foot high building that's climate controlled. And then we'll have 2 one-story buildings, one of which will run along the western boundary of the property. And it runs the entire length of the western boundary. It's about 6,600 square feet. And then along the northern boundary, another one-story building that's about 1,050 square feet. We're providing a 20-foot landscape buffer at the rear. We don't have any landscape buffer in the front because we don't have any frontage on Southwest 328th Street. Our site plan meets the parking requirements. We have a 20-foot setback in the front, and we're only required to have a 15-foot setback. In the rear, there's a 20-foot setback, and we're required to have that 20 feet. We're below the maximum lot coverage. And the storage facility is going to look something like this. These are part of the architectural drawings that we've already submitted. Wait, sorry, I meant to go back. So these are the facades of the building, the fronts of the building. Here's our aerial views. And then generally this is what my client has previously developed elsewhere in terms of the front facades of the self-storage facility. So with that, I request that the council approve all 3 of our applications for rezoning, site plan approval, and tentative plat approval. And of course, I'm willing to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Good, thank you, appreciate it. Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gould, for reaching out to me last week and offering to send me the presentation and review it. I wish I had a little bit more opportunity to talk with you and kind of see what some of the, if there was any wiggle room with design and with the overall plans. I think overall it's a beautiful architecture of a building, but I don't think it's a secret that storage facilities are our favorite use here in the city. So with that said, is there any opportunity, and I understand there's no variances, there's really nothing to hold the client for, but do you think that there might be an opportunity as a show of good faith for opportunities in the future to show a good corporate citizenship? Would your client be willing to beef up some of the landscaping, maybe offer, just beautifying the project a little bit more?
I'm sure my client will be happy to work with staff on landscape. I know right now we're providing
turn his mic on? Oh,
59 trees along the rear, and I think we're only required to have.
And that's for the buffer, the rear
Oh,
buffer.
for the buffer, right.
Yeah, but anything along, like you've got this long corridor, right, between the two parcels leading up to the property. Is there anything that can be done to just make that entryway a little bit less commercial?
The only issue that I don't know the answer to is the 30-foot wide strip. It's only 30 feet. So I don't know how much room we have for landscaping if we're going to be constructing, let's say, 24 feet of basically pavement for a two-lane. Essentially, it's a driveway, but I think we were constructing it as if it were a two-lane road.
What about those off the parcel 2 and 1? What's going to be there? Is
So
that vacant land?
Parcel 2 and 1, they're remaining. We're buying the 2.35 acres from Homestead Land Group. They're going to retain ownership, so we don't have any control over parcels 1 and 2. I mean, the commitment I can make to council is that if there is any room within the 30 feet to put landscaping, we're happy to work with staff to do that.
And I know you mentioned that you're using less space than Max allows you to as your
Right.
footprint for the overall build out. Is there any room between the perimeter, like between your facility and proposed parcel 1 and 2, so it's still on your land, but creating, a hedge of plants or trees?
So I think, and maybe staff can help us. I think there might be room between. Well, we have a 20-foot front setback, but there's only 15 feet required. So I guess within the front 5 feet, we could put some landscaping where the single-story building is, and then off on the other side, on the east side of the driveway, we could probably put some additional landscaping also.
I would really appreciate if staff could somehow work with the client to make that a very easy addition. I think in that particular area, it leaves a lot of room for improvement in the overall aesthetics of the commercial industries there. And then, was there any discussion of an American flag by chance?
I have not been any discussion
No
about American
recommendations
flag.
from staff to add an American flag?
Not that I recall.
It's not a, well,
I'm
either
sorry.
way,
We always recommend the American flag at the pre-application meeting. I don't know if you were involved in the pre-app meeting, but yes, in every one of the applications, the applicants know that we would prefer an American flag, and we tell them that at the very beginning of the process.
I believe you, Joe, and I think that maybe the other attorney that wasn't here may have overlooked that. If
Okay.
there's an opportunity to add it, I think that would really give this project something to look at and appeal to, given that a storage facility really isn't commonly considered the best use. So I would appreciate those
Those do not
accommodations.
seem like unreasonable requests, so yes, we will work on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions, comments? All right, hearing none, I will open this for public comment. Would anyone wish to speak in support or opposition of items 4 through 6? 4 through 6. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing then and ask for a motion on tab 4, which would be the second reading on the rezoning from B1 to B2. Moved by Councilwoman Avila, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Condaball? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, and the next item would be tab 6, motion granting site plan approval to accommodate, tab 5, approving site plan approval to accommodate the self-storage facility. Do we have a motion on that? Moved by Councilwoman Avila. Second by Councilwoman Bailey. I've already asked for public comment on this group of items, so let's have a roll call.
Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey. Yes. Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Councilman Cannavale. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
In light of my item later in the agenda, I can't support another self-storage facility. No.
The motion carries.
And finally, tab 6, the tentative plat for this project. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Davis, I believe. Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Cannavale. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Roth. Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good, thank you. All right, Mr. White, I believe we have a cluster of items, pardon the expression, a cluster of items 7 through 10. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. Tabs 7 through 10 pertain to a proposed new single-family residential subdivision. Tabs 7 and 8 deal with 2 variance requests. Tab 9 is the proposed site plan, and tab 10 is a tentative plat. Like we've done before, I can introduce each one of these into the record. You can collectively have a presentation, public hearing, and at the conclusion, take a separate vote on each one of the items in order.
Let's proceed.
Tab 7 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request as requested by Portobello Estates LLC from Section 30-1143 front yard requirements of the City Code of Ordinances to permit front yard setback of 20 feet where a minimum of 25 feet is required for the development of 54 single-family residential dwelling units on an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of 320th Street, Maury Drive, and west of Southeast 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 8 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a variance request as requested by Portobello Estates LLC from Section 30-1141, building site area requirements of the City Code of Ordinances to permit a minimum 5,500 square foot lot where a minimum 7,500 square foot lot is required for the development of 54 single-family residential dwelling units on 9.37 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Maury Drive, and west of Southeast 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 9 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Portobello Estates LLC for the development of 54 single-family residential dwelling units on an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Southeast 3rd Street, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Maury Drive, and west of Southeast 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And tab 10 is the final companion application. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Portobello Estates LLC for the development of 54 single-family residential dwelling units on an approximately 9.37 acre parcel of land, generally located north of Southeast 3rd, east of Southeast 18th Avenue, south of Maury Drive, west of 21st Terrace, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Corradino, have at it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Again, this is a 4 applications lumped together, or essentially 2 main pieces of this. This is a site plan application, and obviously with any site plan, you need the tentative plat and then the final plat after that. The issue with this site plan is that it needs 2 variances, so it does not conform to the city's zoning code. It needs 2 variances. The first variance is for a front setback. They want 20 feet where 25 is required. And the second variance is a variance to the minimum lot square footage. City Homestead's minimum lot size should be 7,500 square feet. The applicant wants 5,500 square feet. So in our variance procedure, the city's code needs the applicant to prove a hardship. There are 7 criteria. All 7 of those criteria must be met to prove a hardship. Without meeting all 7 of those criteria, there is no hardship. Essentially, we reviewed the applications and they do not meet the 7 criteria. There is no hardship. This is generally self-imposed, which isn't a hardship. Therefore, we're saying that the variances with no hardship by the code should be denied. There's no necessarily reason to approve them because there is no hardship, and that's your standard. And because the site plan has 2 variances that are there is no hardship, the site plan doesn't meet the code. And with that, you can't really approve a tentative plat because the site plan doesn't meet the code. So again, we're recommending denial on this. I can answer any questions that you have. I'm sure the applicant's here to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Cordino. We'll hear from the applicant and then proceed with our questions. Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. Maritza Haro with offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here on behalf of the applicant, Portobello Estates, LLC. I'm joined this evening by Lena Barone and Cesar Barone from ownership and my partner, Melissa Tapanez Yahuez. We respectfully request your approval of the proposed site plan, inclusive of the 2 variances and the tentative plat, to allow the development of a tastefully designed single-family home community. For context, the property is approximately 9.37 acres in size, and it's located south of Maury Drive and just west of Ventanas del Sol and north of the Santa Barbara townhomes. The current land use for the property is low residential use, and the zoning is R1. This property has a long history of prior approvals, and for context, and it's important here because we've been before the council before, Portobello acquired this property in 2005 with the goal of developing it with a 73 townhome community. In 2006 and 2008, the city approved the land use and zoning applications from low density residential to medium density residential, and from general use district to RTH or townhomes to bring forward that 73 townhome product. Shortly thereafter, as you all might recall, the housing market collapsed, and the applicant found themselves unable to secure financing to develop the property with that townhome community. Having no other option, in 2008 and 2009, Portobello came back before the council and secured city approval for land use and rezonings to commercial designations. The idea was to try to develop the property with a small shopping center or some neighborhood serving commercial uses. Unfortunately, due to the property's unique shape and size, commercial developers were just not interested. The property itself, the size, the limited frontage, that slope along Maury, all present undesirable features to commercial developers and makes it very difficult to develop the property both with residential and commercial uses, which is why we're seeking those 2 variances. Fast forward 10 years after many attempts and several commercial brokers, Portobello retained our firm to try to go back to that townhome designation that the property once held. At that time, we came back before the council in 2019, and the council was loud and clear. We directed us to reconsider and come back with a single-family home product, even if variances were necessary. The council did not want a townhome product here. And that's exactly what we did. In line with the council's direction in 2022, we secured council approval for the current zoning of R1, which is The applications, which leads me to the applications before you, as your staff mentioned. It's a site plan approval inclusive of two variances. One is to allow a lot size not less than 5,500 square feet, and the other is for the front setback to be no less than 20 feet, which is the typical setback throughout Miami-Dade County in R1 or RU1 zonings. And lastly, that tentative plat approval. On the screen, you will see the proposed site plan showing the lot configuration, the footprint, and landscaping of the community. The proposed site plan ensures compatibility with the area and results in a lushly landscaped, single-family community. One of the reasons we're seeking the front setback variance and the resulting lot size reduction is to be able to provide that second row of homes that you see at the center of the community. This allows us to avoid the undesirable condition of having front yards facing rear yards or fences, which are typically not as well kept as the property's front yards. On this slide, you can see the proposed lot sizes, which vary from 5,500 to over 10,000. In yellow represents the lots over 5,500 and under 7,000, most of them being very close to 6,000 square feet. In green are those lots that are over 7,000 square feet. Orange represents, blue is the lots over 8,000. Orange is lots over 9,000, and lastly, purple is those lots that are over 10,000 square feet. For context, on the screen, you can see the average lot sizes in the communities in the area. To the east, at Ventanas del Sol, the lots vary in size from 5,200 to about 8,000 square feet. To the south, the townhomes at Santa Barbara range from 1,900 to 2,000. To the further south, the lots are in the 5,000 range, and then to the northwest, they range from 4,000 to 8,000. And notably, we're proposing not less than 5,500, which is over the low, the average lot size in the area, and most of the lots are over 6,000 square feet. And as I mentioned, some are in excess of 9,000, which is among the larger size lots in this entire area. One thing we're very proud of is over the past 2 years, we've worked closely with some of the members of this council and staff to try to eliminate variances. Unfortunately, we down to these last two that could not be eliminated. But what we've done is we've really upgraded and the architecture, the finishes, so that this can, so it feels like an upscale community. And provide housing variety in this area. So on the screen, you'll see one of the 4 models that are proposed for this community. This is the Diana model. All models boast a modern color palette, upgraded windows and light fixtures, as well as the American flag mounting fixture. This is the 1-story Angela model. Again, all of the upgraded finishes are also provided here. This is the Camila model, and lastly, the Beatrice model. We're very proud of the final product and all the work we've put into with the input from the council and staff, and we hope that that's evident through these elevations. In line with the exterior finishes and upgrades, the applicant is also proposing elevated interiors. On the screen, you'll see examples of other developments completed by the applicant. All the homes will enjoy impact-resistant doors and windows, sophisticated interiors, and lush landscaping throughout the community. Of high importance to the city, of course, this project proposes to finance, construct, and dedicate a lift station to service the property, as well as the applicant will contribute $42,078 towards traffic improvement as a proportionate share contribution. Notably, approval of this project will have a favorable economic impact to the city in the form of over $1.1 million in impact fees, including $357,000 directly to the city and over $660,000 in county road impact fees that will go towards traffic improvements. Because the property is currently vacant, it generates a nominal tax revenue for the city. So approval of this proposed community will increase the city's tax base by over $315,000 annually. As I've mentioned, Portobello has been trying to develop this property since 2005 and has had to pivot on the plan for this site a number of times. Over the past 2 years, we've worked closely with prior and now the current council to improve on the plans and reduce the number of requested variances, and most importantly, make this development one that we can all be proud of. And we believe we've accomplished that through the renderings that we've shared. The proposed community is compatible in both lot size, setback, and aesthetics with the surrounding area. And approval of this application will provide housing variety and close proximity to the city's sports complex and the Biscayne Everglades Greenway. So with that in mind, we respectfully request your approval of the site plan variances in the tentative plat, and our team's available for any questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Council, questions, comments? Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to defer until after I heard the district's council member. That's Mr. Council Member Canival, right? Okay. But so I'll pause after a few comments to hear what the rest of you have to say. But I think in general, the elevations on this particular property, the design factor is quite beautiful and of a caliber that we haven't seen for a while. I think that initially, with respect to the changing of the zoning from commercial to residential, I was originally against that change initially, but now that it's under the residential zoning, thinking about what would I like to see there, obviously not townhomes, and preferring the single family. When it comes to the variances specifically, thank you to staff for your really good notes and putting them in red. It helps us find them and easily review them. I have a question with regards to what would be a hardship. Can you give me an example of what a hardship would be for an applicant?
Well, there are 7 criteria in the code, and the hardship is noted by meeting each of those criteria. So let me find them in the staff report, and I'll kind of read the criteria to you.
Thank you.
If I can find them here. Page 2 in the staff report. No, that's not it. Hold on.
While you look for that,
Yeah, let me look.
if you were to remove the second row of homes, you'd end up having the backyard exposed to front neighbors, right?
That's correct. That's an aesthetic issue. And I think more importantly, in today's market, the greater issue is that it would significantly increase the cost of each home, thereby increasing the cost, to the end user. One of the things we wanted to do here is make a community that's compatible with the area and offers variety. We have other areas in the city that have the larger lots and that, they're close to $1 million here. We're looking more something more similar to Ventanas del Sol and keeping it quote unquote affordable to today's working class.
Thank you. And have you had any meetings with any of those neighbors, or has any of them reached out to you, or have any of them reached out?
Yeah, so through the rezoning process, we hosted 2 meetings with neighbors. Mostly in attendance were those from Ventanas del Sol. A lot of them had concerns about the fact that the site is vacant, so it brings a lot of mosquitoes. There's times of year because of rainy season. There's a lot of overgrowth, and it's hard to maintain the property. So I think a lot of them were happy to see something being developed here. And specifically, one of the requests that they made to us, and we've incorporated into the plan, is to not provide any 2-story homes on the side that abuts Ventanas del Sol. And we're happy to, we've accommodated that in the site plan.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so there are actually 8 criteria that each of them must be met. So in general, a hardship, and I'll read you the criteria and show you what I'm talking about, but typically they have to deal with something that's physically unusual with the property, like it's an odd shape or something like that. So I'll kind of quickly walk you through these criteria. The first one is special conditions and circumstances that exist affecting the land, the structure of the building involved, preventing the reasonable use of the property. That's generally the shape of the property, right? If it's narrow on one end and thick on the other, and it just can't be something. But there's nothing there that exists as we've reviewed it. Second one, circumstances which cause the hardship are peculiar to the property, such as to a small number of properties, that they clearly constitute marked exceptions to other properties in the district. Again, more of a shape type of issue, and that doesn't exist here. The third one, the literal interpretation of the provisions of this chapter would deprive the applicant of a substantial property right that is enjoyed by other properties owners of the district. Importantly, the code says it is of no importance whatsoever that the denial of the variance might deny the property owner from some opportunity to use the property in a more profitable way or sell it at a greater profit than is possible under the terms of this chapter. I mean, there is no physical impediment here. I believe simply the need for smaller properties is to put more units on the site, and to make the finances work out a little bit better. So that's expressly prohibited in our code. The hardship is not self-generated. This is totally an elected choice by the applicant, clearly self-generated. The variance is the minimum variances that will make possible. Not true. I mean, the minimum variance to make possible, I mean, they're asking for 5 feet and close to 2,000 feet, 5 foot on the setback and close to 2,000 feet in property of space or area, which, I'm sure you could have asked for 1 foot or 1,000 square feet less. So it's clearly not not in variance. The variance will be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of this chapter and will not be injurious to the neighborhood, otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. Well, it's true. I believe we've probably given the variances on all of those properties before. None of them necessarily conform with code. And so, that's they probably meet that criteria. Just because we've granted almost the whole neighborhood is outside of the code. Again, similarly, granting the variance will not be detrimental to the adjacent property or adversely affect the public welfare. Same thing. I mean, the whole neighborhood's non-conforming to the code at this point. And then the last one talks about the Planning and Zoning Board, which doesn't exist anymore. So either way, the criteria, the code says you need to meet all 7 criteria. In my opinion, they meet 2, and only because we've effectively disregarded the variance section of the code for pretty much ever in this neighborhood. So, our job's not to cast a value judgment on the property. It's beautiful, but we don't have beautiful as criteria. It just simply doesn't meet the code, and our job is to tell you when it does or does not meet the code. This does not. There's no way that a judge would say it did if it got challenged, so we're telling you that it's appropriate to deny it.
Thank you for that summary. So I'll defer for now. Thank you.
Anything further? Any questions, comments? All right, go ahead. Turn on your mic. Push a button. There you
How many years have you been waiting to develop this site?
Since 2005, when they acquired it.
Okay. So we're just waiting for. The thing is, I don't understand. You're requesting 50 feet? 50 feet in the front yard?
We're requesting a 5-foot reduction.
5
Instead of
foot.
25, we're proposing 20 feet, which is in line with most of the neighborhoods in the area and the county standard for front yards.
Well, I don't see how that can be a problem. This is a beautiful, beautiful project that you're developing, and it will make Homestead a better place. So you know something? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I don't know about the other city councils, but I will vote for you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Roth.
Thank you. This is not about the development, but there's a piece of property, and I'd like staff to look into it, that's directly behind Benicia del Sol and catty corner to where this property is being built, that actually shows a 10-acre piece that's owned by Miami-Dade County Park and Rec. So it might be a cool thing to approach Miami-Dade County and say, if you don't have any options to utilize the property for Park and Rec, we might be able to do so with that. That area definitely needs recreation, and it's a 10-acre piece. It would be a very small park, but something we could probably start to look at and work on. So I think that would be a cool idea if they would convey that property to us.
Absolutely. Convey the property together with delivery of all those park impact fees that have been collected and will be collected
Yep.
around here that have absolutely not been put back into Deep South Dade, just as we're working to thread the needle for recapturing these roadway impact fees. Absolutely. That would be a real enhancement for several hundred units there.
Yeah. So it's a 10-acre piece. It's directly to the south of Ventanas del Sol and catty corner to this property. So, I think it's at that dead end of that. I think there's a little dead end turnaround at the end of that street there, if I'm not mistaken. So, and we've had some issues back there with illegal parking and other things in that road too. So maybe it'd be something we could look at too with the county.
Yes, Councilman, we've actually already been in contact with Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces at the county, as well as the Commissioner's office for that area. We're awaiting a response from their Internal Services Department on what the process would be for a conveyance.
Just as that we can buttonhole both of our commissioners over the weekend at the rodeo. Tie them to the bull until they give, yeah. Thank you, Councilman Roth. Yes, Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question. Can you go to the elevation of the house and showing the distance from the garage compared to like the front door entry area? That one's fine. You can go back to that one. Yeah. So is the length, the 20-foot frontage, is that starting from the garage?
From the garage, correct.
Okay, so then from the window to the house, how much frontage would that, do you think that would be?
I can tell you right now.
Thank you. While she's looking that up, I just think in general, the shape of this property is, a challenge. I know that according to the residential code, it might not meet the requirements for a hardship, but they certainly couldn't attract any commercial interest into it. So, and just based on visual, I'm pretty sure that exceeds 25 feet from the window
It's
to.
over, yes.
Yeah.
It's hard to read these tiny plans, but it's definitely over.
Yeah, and these models are pretty consistent where you have that spacing.
Throughout, correct.
All right,
Right.
so I feel very comfortable with the plans. I want to thank the applicants for taking the time to meet with me and to go over very thoroughly the design aspect. You did reduce the amount of variances that you initially were going to need, and I think it's an excellent product that you'll be bringing to the market for the Homestead community, and the caliber of resident, I think, is what we're looking for. And I am excited to see how you'll promote with your sales offices, the Everglade Trail and our Greenway Trail and our connectivity to our parks. So thank you very much for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Just in response, it's in some lots is over 30, so beyond in that indentation from the garage.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I guess the point is, in reality, the violation, if you will, the variance for the setback is solely due to the protrusion of a garage. It's not true living space. All right. Well, thank you. Do we have any public comment on any of these items? What are they, 7 through 10? Yes.
Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. I want to thank Mayor and Council, especially Councilwoman Avila, for making those questions. I know that this has come before you a few years back. I'm from Ventanas del Sol, part of the association board previously, and the residents were for this. But like you mentioned, reference the townhomes, they brought in homes, the quality, so we look forward to it being our neighbors. Thank you for making those comments, because it's true, we need to open the doors, and this is a great builder, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Come on down. Give us your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Carol Jackson, South Dade, NAACP, but I'm here in my private capacity. And I have a shielded address, but I do live in Cutler Bay, Florida. I just have a question. Do you require sidewalks in new developments? Because we're all concerned with walkability and people getting fat and, all that stuff. So I just have a question. Thanks.
We do. Otherwise, there would be a request for a variance to not require sidewalks. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jenny Torres. I stand before you as a proud member of Homestead, this community, a local business owner, One Family Realty. And I'm the Government Affairs Director for the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals here in South Florida. It's a privilege to address you on this matter. At NAREP and One Family Realty, our mission is clear. It's to support sustainable Hispanic homeownership. This mission encompasses two pillars that are integral to the community: affordability and inventory. Affordability is at the heart of homeownership. It's ensuring that every hardworking family has a fair shot at purchasing a home. The second is inventory. Inventory is the lifeline of our housing market. Without an adequate supply of homes, we risk pushing homeownership farther for Hispanic families, for any family for that matter. Sorry, forgot. It's about creating opportunities for those who aspire to build a future here in Homestead. That's why I'm here today, to express my strong support for the builders that are here. To gain inventory is a plus for our community. This initiative aligns perfectly with our mission at NAREP. I want to thank Mayor Losner and the City Council. I was here last week at your CRA meeting. Thank you for your dedication in the progression and progress of the city. I'm excited about the projects that are upcoming for Chrome Avenue. So let's support sustainable Hispanic homeownership. Your support to this initiative not only aligns with the values of NAREP, but also paves the way for a brighter future for Homestead. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any further comment? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening to you all, and good evening to the public in general, the police officers. And my concern...
Yeah, can you pull the mic up so it's a little closer to you? And give us your name.
I'm Haitian, Homestead Haitian Pastor Association President, and a lot of pastors in the community, they have churches, they cannot get no permit, and I see a lot of permits given away to all the businesses. And please, take a look at this, because believe me, if you don't have people that trust God, that respect the law, the police officers, and you council, your work will be tougher and harder. And I want, please, more permits for the churches. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything further on this item? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve tab 7, which is the variance request for the front yard setback of 20 rather than 25 feet. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannaball. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Cannaball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item is tab 8, which is the variance for the minimum lot square footage requirement. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannaball. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannaball? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next is tab 9, the site plan approval for Portobello Estates. We have a motion to approve. Councilman Cannaball, seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilman Cannaball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And final item with respect to this group, I won't call it a cluster, this group of applications, tab 10 for Portobello, tentative plat approval. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Roth? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And that appears to conclude the quasi-judicial portion of the agenda. So with that, Mr. Pearl, we have a second reading on tab 11.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 11 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. by amending Chapter 30, Zoning, Article 3, District Regulations to provide regulations establishing the Technology Mixed-Use Zoning District, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This is second reading. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Again, this is second reading. We went over it in detail last time. We recommend you consider on these types of things because there's nothing to measure it up against with the code. There's essentially nothing structurally wrong with this from a planning and zoning point of view, so it's a pure policy decision. So the applicant's here to do a presentation if you want to see it and answer any of your questions. And we're all
Good. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Melissa Tapanez with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I'm here on behalf of D.R. Horton with Cynthia Caldevilla from ownership, as well as Maritza Harrow, my partner. And by the way, the Barons just were overwhelmed with happiness for you approving the last application and wanted me to thank you all. We do have a presentation, as was mentioned. We're all very familiar with this legislative phase of our project. This is your future land use plan map. As you're all aware, there are 4 areas of the city that have the designation of technology mixed use. However, there is no existing implementing zoning district to go along with it. So what we've done is we've proposed a text amendment to the land use designation, as well as we've proffered certain land development regulations. We've held a couple of public workshops where many of you participated. We had first reading of this in November. We transmitted to the state in November as well, and today is second reading. The same goes for the TMU land development regulation process. First reading was in December. The applicant addressed council comments, and then today we're here on second reading. Regarding the TMU land use designation, we're simply adding a clarification that residential density is permitted, just like it is in the PUD designation, which is included, and this is net acres, which I think is important to the council. We received favorable comments from both the state and regional reviewing agencies. These are from the Florida Department of Commerce, as well as the Department of Transportation, with no objections. We did address before you for second reading the comments from our first reading. For Councilmember Davis, we did meet with the City of Homestead Police Department on January 8th, and we committed to continue to work with them on the idea of a police substation. At the moment, they didn't think it was necessary due to the proximity of the most nearby station. But with that said, it'll be some time for us to go through the remainder of the master site planning process and, of course, development and construction. So we're happy to work with you and the Homestead Department to fulfill their needs. The proposal is to have over 190,000 square feet of street frontage commercial uses, and as well as the kind of office and professional uses that would be inclusive of a police department. So we have open doors to accommodate the city's needs. And Councilwoman Avila, thank you so much for your comments. We have addressed them. We could go through them one by one quickly, but we did include the specific consideration of dealing with commercial and other non-residential uses in the case of horizontal mixed use to ensure that we were speaking oranges with oranges, apples with apples. We also included the requirement to include the location of indoor amenities within the master site planning process. We also made sure to exclude water bodies as part of the open space requirements, as well as encouraging indoor recreation areas along with community gardens. Regarding the future process, just so that everyone is clear regarding the specific 97-acre property owned by the Alders, and I thank the family for being here and their attorney Amanda Hand for being here to support us this evening. We'll be coming forward with site-specific requests, including rezoning the property that now only has the TMU land use designation to the TMU zoning district. We'll be requesting approval of a regulating plan, a master site plan, and thereafter come back for administrative site plan review of the more technical drawings. We did commit to have at least 2 community workshops. Those are scheduled for the public. If you have not received our flyer, we are sending them out, or we did send them out earlier this week on Monday to all property owners within 500 feet of the site, which is consistent with the city's zoning regulations for mail notice. We're obviously advertising it also on your website. It has been publicly noticed as a sunshine meeting, so you're all welcome to attend. We have workshop number 1 on Monday, January 29th at 6 p.m. at the Villages of Homestead Clubhouse. Thank you, Councilmember Roth, for assisting us with that facility. Our second workshop will be Tuesday, January 30th at 6 p.m. at the William Dickinson Community Center, and we invite everyone to attend. Our architect and urban planner, Eric Valle, will be leading us through a presentation regarding mixed-use developments as well as our specific project. And so you'll all see some very exciting renderings as well as a video, because we know that you all like videos. So we're hopeful that we will, with the stars aligning, be back before you for first reading in the spring. We're hopeful that it'll be in March with second reading in April, and then coming back for ASPR approvals in the summer. Our goal is to close on the property early this summer, and we are working very hard with your collaboration to make that happen. Thank you very much, and of course, our entire team is available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Council, any initial questions or comments on this item, tab 11, for second reading? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for taking a lot of time to go over the very intricate details of getting this done. I think tonight it's just simply us creating the baseline of what a future development would be able to apply under. We're not approving a site plan, so we're not approving units per se that will go live soon, but we do have the responsibility to create some guidance under a category that does exist. So, with that, I don't foresee this not moving forward tonight, but I do want to take a moment to thank you for taking all my comments into consideration and weaving them into this text. It was not an easy task, and we spent a lot of hours together with prior council and over the phone now, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Davis.
I want to thank you for having that meeting, and Chief, for your folks participating in that meeting as well. One of the things that I heard over and over again was a perception that they got this side of town, they got that side of town. And one of the reasons was that, again, that perception of a need for police presence. And I get it. I know the statistics that 5-minute response or 3-minute response, but it also comes down to the citizens feeling that we're okay. Police are right down the street, and I very much appreciate that meeting, and I hope we can continue on with it because it's really a needed thing within that community. It certainly is their perception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just quickly want to thank everyone for all the hard work that we've put into this. This has been an ongoing issue, and it's finally culminating into something that we all had a piece of. And now we get to see something come to fruition, so I'm happy to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anything, Councilman? Okay. All right. Is there any final public comment? Hearing and seeing none, then I'll ask for a motion for approval on second reading of tab 11. Moved by Councilman Cannonball, second by Vice Mayor. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Ross. Yes. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Cannonball. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next item, Mr. Pearl, second reading of tab 12.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. No, excuse me. Tab 12 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Comprehensive Plan as requested by D.R. Horton, Inc. by amending the text of the Technology Mixed-Use Future Land Use category contained in Objective 2, Policy 2.1, to include residential uses and permit density up to 15 dwelling units per net acre, providing for transmittal to the Florida Department of Commerce, Division of Community Planning, Development and Services, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the city's comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Gordino.
Yes, sir. Again, we're recommending consideration for this. Again, it's a complete policy issue. We've reviewed it. There are no changes from last month, so you're good to go.
Thank you. Council, do you need to hear anything further from the applicant? All right, we have a motion to approve. Tab 12, moved by Councilman Cannonball, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any public comment? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Ross. Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving right along, Mr. Pearl, tab 13.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 13 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, comprehensively updating and amending Chapter 22, Public Improvements of the City's Code of Ordinances by creating Article 3, Water Quality pertaining to illicit stormwater discharges and connections, erosion and sediment control, and other water quality regulations, updating and amending Chapter 7, Code Enforcement of the City's Code of Ordinances by amending Section 7-40, Schedule of Violations and Penalties of Article 3 to incorporate civil penalties relating to the same, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We have a staff report on this item. Is that you, Mr. Manager? Oh, okay. Tab 13. No, that's you, it's stormwater.
On the same one, the previous one, Mayor. Thank you. As a municipal separate stormwater system and a co-permittee under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, the city is required to update its code as per Florida Department of Environmental Protection to prohibit illicit discharges, illicit connections, illegal dumping, improper disposal, and spills into the stormwater system, and is required to have authority to enforce such prohibitions. Staff recommends the Mayor and Council approve the proposed amendments to the City Code of Ordinance. First Amendment, Chapter 22, Public Improvements by creating Article 3, Water Quality pertaining to illicit stormwater discharges and connections, erosion and sediment control, and other water quality regulations. Second Amendment, Chapter 7, Code Enforcement by amending Section 70-40, Schedule of Violations and Penalties of Article 3 to incorporate civil penalties related to water quality violations. This is second reading.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments on the second reading? Okay, not appearing. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? Yeah, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve tab 13. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey. Second by Councilman Davis. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilman Ross. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Cannonball. Councilman Davis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And next item is second reading of tab 14.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 14 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 28, Utilities, Division 5, Landscape Irrigation, Section 28-70, Permanent Landscape Irrigation Restrictions to update landscape irrigation procedures, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The South Florida Water Management District is requesting that the city assistance in implementing local water conservation measures to promote water conservation and decrease water waste with a permanent local year-round irrigation ordinance that restricts the times and number of days landscape irrigation is allowed throughout the city. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the proposed amendment to the City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 28, Utilities, Division 5, Landscape Irrigation, Section 28-70, Permanent Landscape Irrigation Restrictions. This is second reading.
Thank you, council. Any questions, comments?
I will not restrict nobody for irrigating the landscape. I will not, I vote no last time.
Thank you. Turn on your microphone.
We don't have the specifics. I want to know from what hour to what hour are they going to be allowed to irrigate the landscape? And what days?
Councilman Cannonball, if you go to Exhibit 1 of the agenda item, the ordinance is listed in its entirety. So you'll see that what we're doing here is just updating some of the definitions. And on Section D are all of the irrigation restrictions. It's basically limiting the hours, which is already in place, to early morning or evening, and it bases it on address. And of course, there are exceptions for new landscaping, when you've just installed a sod or a tree, things like that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, Councilwoman.
So just to clarify, these current restrictions between 10 a.m. to 4
And 4
p.m.
p.m.
already exist currently, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so we're just updating the definitions to match county's recommendations?
Yes, we're bringing this into conformance across the region. It's at the recommendation of the South Florida Water Management District. Our drinking water permit is controlled by the South Florida Water Management District, so cooperating with them in this is one of the conditions of our permit.
And who sets those times from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Is that a recommended time? Are we allowed to be less restrictive, more restrictive? Like, who came up with that time slot?
So this does come from the South Florida Water Management District. We cannot be less restrictive. We cannot be more permissive than they are.
So this time category of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is the minimum that we're required to comply with to maintain our permit?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Because otherwise, we would not have a permit to have access to water?
Yes, then we would have to, the potential is that our permit could be put on moratorium, at which time we would be dependent on the county for all of our water.
Okay, and then putting on my mom landscaping hat on, I wouldn't want to water my lawn at high heat times anyway. Essentially, you would want to water your lawn after 4 p.m. and before 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I don't like county giving me any rules on when I can water my lawn, but I think under these circumstances, we kind of have no choice, and it is reasonable to approve the item, and it's not necessarily adding any more restrictions than we already currently have to comply with.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anything further? Is there any public comment? So do we have a motion to approve this item on second reading? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, second by Vice Mayor Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Davis?
No.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
All right, we have, the manager has, we earlier deleted tab 15. We have deferred tab 16. There's no objection. I think this would be a good point to take a 10-minute recess and come back and finish the agenda. Thank you. All right, let's begin to filter back into session if we could. Wow, it got quiet. Are we ready? All right, we will reconvene the regular city council meeting. And we are now on item number 9. Any other business from the city manager?
No, Mayor, no business for me.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I believe that each of you is aware that during the last legislative term, the state imposed greater financial disclosure requirements on municipal elected officials. My firm is representing, right now there are 15 cities who have signed up to challenge the state's law. We don't need to get into the details of this tonight, but if you are interested in participating in that lawsuit at the COW, I can bring back some more information, as well as a resolution to participate if it's something that for you to consider if you want to participate. And I just wanted to get a sense if that's something that you'd be interested in. I can bring that back and place that on the COW for your consideration next month.
Thank you.
Can I get a consensus?
Council members? Yes, I see heads nodding to my left. Yeah,
Yes.
let's more fully,
Okay.
deeply, take a deeper dive into this. It's interesting that scores of public officials resigned
Yes.
prior to December 31st in response to this. And it's not something that's generally done very lightly.
No.
And, yeah, I'd like to investigate that, so
All right,
thank you.
thank you for the direction.
All right, Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to wish everyone a happy Rodeo Day weekend. And I wanted to address our command staff with the police department. Our men and women in uniform are patient, they are tolerant, they are well-trained, and they do the dirty work in this city. I've driven in 24-hour shifts multiple times to see it firsthand, and I grew up being the daughter of a police officer, so I know the sacrifices that your families go through. And I don't think that it's fair for one incident to be the pillar of decision-making when it comes to a chief that has served this community for so long. And I think that it's disgraceful to name a building after a man and then a year later fire him. And I think it's no secret that, you look good for your age, Chief. But we know that there has to be a succession plan, and we need to be, ready for that, and we would like to support whoever's in line, and I think it's fantastic that we have several individuals that would be of the caliber to fill your shoes. And so for me, it's not so much a debate about a contract to keep or not to keep our chief, but the bigger discussion, and I was hoping to have those discussions tonight as to what is the future look like for our police department. So I just wanted to say those words, and I respect each one of you, not just our command staff, but all of our police department. And I have met and spoken to several police officers who have shared their concerns. And again, it's me listening, not directing our police staff with anything. So I want to encourage any of our police officers who haven't, or who have wanted to but didn't think it was appropriate, or didn't think they were invited to speak to me, please reach out and talk to me and let me know what's going on so that it can help me make decisions for our city and when I'm making my policy decisions here. I get a little unnerved when I talk about this because it does bring a lot of memories, over the years, and I don't think that, I just don't like to see these situations get played the way that they are. and it's not a race issue. I think that whether you're, black, white, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, if you're not compliant with the police department or with the police officer and you're endangering one or more or yourself, it's a situation, it's a high-risk situation, and nobody wants to see videos like that, but they happen. And you did the right thing, Chief. You sent it to the state. What more could we have asked? And you're continuing your training. So I'll rest with that for now. But in having other conversations tonight and hearing about substations, it reminded me I would love to have a substation in District 5. So if that's possible, one end to the other of our city, that'd be great. Don't know if that's a possibility, but I would love to have that, and I think my sister district with Councilman Canaval would probably support it as well. What else? Thank you, Bailey, for sponsoring that event in February, and thank you, staff, for answering all my questions. I tend to have many, so thank you. I'll rest.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say a big thank you to staff for another amazing MLK breakfast. The theme was equity in education, and just another shout out to the very deserving honorees of that evening. We had Mamma Mia's Pizza that has done so much, especially during COVID is when I really saw everything that they were doing for the community, and everything from these meal vouchers that we're giving to students who didn't have those opportunities to get that free lunch that they usually had while the schools were closed. They really just helped tremendously. Oscar Munoz with Children's Home Society at Homestead Middle School, the way that they provide these wraparound services is something that I would like to see throughout all of our schools. Ms. Carolyn Taylor Pates, who there's not enough time tonight to go through everything that she does for our community, but she is always in the back of Publix or Winn-Dixie. She knows everybody, and she's just picking up supplies for all of those in need. And South Dade Connections for all of their work in helping all of our small businesses be able to do these amazing things for the community. So thank you again to staff. Thank you for everybody who came out, and congrats again to all the honorees. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Cannonball, any comments tonight?
No, yes, to have a happy rodeo. Okay. Enjoy the weekend. It's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely, thank you. Councilman Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of particular note today, we had a very successful meeting between city manager, police, and the Donnelly Studio of Dance the other day. Many of you have had kids or have kids currently in there. They push around 300 young ladies a day through various classes in that building. They were having some significant issues with people loitering around and what have you. But I'll tell you what, it was great to see the city manager, chief, and the team show up there and speak with Vicky Gonzalez, the owner, and to say, okay, this is what we need. This is what the city manager is going to do in the end. The city manager is going to do this. She's going to do that. Vicky's going to do this. But it all goes to the same thing of the well-being of those young ladies that attend dance out there. And I give you kudos for that. It went very, very well, actually. And I'm going to butcher his name, Chief, but you know who I'm talking about. Alex Mergrito. I'm butchering his name, sorry. But the other day, this would have been Wednesday, perhaps? No, it would have been Monday. Heading out to Baptist Hospital on the right-hand side of the road where Fenari's is, there was a young lady collapsed out there, and I called it in, and because, you can't just, people are just walking by. No, we can't do that. We know we have to react to this. And I'll tell you, that officer was there in about 3 minutes. It's like, wow, good for you. He was right there. And that was a great reflection on the response time of our police. and it was very good, and he took care of business for her. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilman Roth.
Thank you. I don't have much. I mean, the rodeo was talked about today. MLK breakfast was talked about today. When people say there's not a lot to do in Homestead, man, just look at the websites, and there's plenty to do in the city of Homestead. I don't know if we'll be back here before Valentine's Day, so I'm just going to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor Fletcher.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick things. Happy rodeo weekend, but it doesn't feel like a rodeo weekend without a parade, and we don't have one. I would like for us to look as a body as seeing how we can reinstitute the rodeo parade for that weekend. I know for years it was run by one individual who retired and didn't have the time to do it anymore, so let's look to see about how we can possibly further that in the future.
Of course, Vice
Thank you.
Mayor.
I also want to bring the fact today there was a zoning hearing at Miami-Dade County in regards to the landfill project. Unfortunately, it was deferred until February 22nd, I believe is the date. I believe we need to make a strong showing. In their package, they did not have a copy of our resolution. We may not have gotten to it in time. So I know we sent it.
Yeah, it's been a month, yeah.
More than once, but let's resend it again to make sure it gets on. And if we need to find whatever the agenda item is, I'll be more than happy to try and research that.
Of course, on social media, we'll post the new date, so at least the public knows that that is coming up.
Unfortunately, I was not able to be there, but there was no one else there on behalf of the city or any residents. Mr. Ventura was there for the air base, was the lone person who stood up against it, and they deferred the item. So this weekend, we're going to have an opportunity to meet with our elected officials from the county. Again, we can tie them to a pole temporarily and have that discussion with them, but we need to make sure we're engaging with those folks as well, because I don't believe they're not really focused on this issue. It's just a haphazard issue for them, but we need to make it priority number one. With that, I too want to say thank you to the police department. I understand that everything doesn't always look good on the outside, but I can tell you that the training that is provided to each and every officer that comes to the city of Homestead is probably some of the best training that any law enforcement agency is going to get in the state of Florida or the Southeast U.S. I'm a little partial to that because I was part of that at one point, and I provided, we used to have discussions on items that would happen around the United States with training incidents, and the police department was very quick to implement a lot of those changes. And I appreciate the chief, too, at times, creating additional training that's required. That's not really required, but it's required by him. One of the things that I would like to address is there's also a lot of bad information out there in regards to the city of Homestead being the second most dangerous city in the state of Florida. Okay, and we know where all that data comes from, the FBI, and it's all just clouded in there, but we do have a response to that where our crime rates have actually gone down in the city limits of Homestead. And that's been shared with me. I don't know if it's been shared with the rest of council yet, but please take a look at that. And I also want to thank staff for recently providing me with the succession plan. I think it's been long overdue, but we do have one in place now, and I hope that gets shared with the rest of us as well. With that, everyone have a great rest of January and happy Valentine's Day.
And Vice Mayor, yeah, we sent that out, that report that was created, I did send that out. It was sent out to all of council members. We could resend it. if
Yeah,
you
let's
all like.
resend it, because there's some very good details in there, and there was a lot of work put into it.
I agree.
So it's something we can all share with our constituents. Thank you.
Councilman.
I just want to jump on the rodeo parade bandwagon with Vice Mayor Fletcher. It's been missing for probably the last 3 years, I believe now. I think COVID, we did the first year in COVID, it was a restricted parade. Then after that, we didn't do it anymore. And I say we, it's not we that had put the parade on. it was the Rodeo Association itself that did the parade, and we had made some adjustments in the budget this year to cover the expense, or most of the expense of the parade, and that's not the issue for them, it's manpower. And they asked me to do it personally, and I have so many other responsibilities that weekend. I can't do a parade and everything else that I do at the rodeo. And it would be nice if we reach out to some other local civic organizations. There's manpower there. I think that the burden of the cost prohibited some of those organizations to step up. They didn't want to take on the responsibility of the monies. I did hear a lot of chatter about the parade not being here, and it's a shame, and it's a tradition, and the posse, and all these different things. And I think we've got some other issues to work out with the rodeo as far as helping them to maintain either the location they're at with adequate parking, or helping them relocate to another part of the city through a cooperation or co-op with other organizations in the city. So if we can start focusing on the retention of, as they said, this year is their 75th anniversary. I'd love to see it go on for as long as we can make it go on, but bring back the tradition of the parade itself. I mean, we've lost other events that go along the week. We lost the Little Miss Britches, we lost the Buck Off, we've lost all these different activities, mainly because of financial reasons, right? They couldn't insure the bull at the rodeo for the mechanical bull. It was like $25,000 a year for the insurance. It was like, who's going to pay for that? It just doesn't make any sense. So, but to keep that tradition alive, I think that we as a board up here need to start looking at some options. I know I've spoken to the city attorney and looked at other options that we may have in the city. We've been working on some other things with them. Not to believe, but I think the parade, we need to get it back, and maybe we reach out to some of these other organizations and help them step up. And I'm not sure if we made enough money, put enough money in the budget to cover the entire parade budget. I'm not sure what that cost us with police, barricades, and all the stuff that we need, but I'm sure we can get to that point and we can bring it back and make it bigger and better than it's ever been. So thank you for that time. And Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Roth, I think that it's definitely the manpower. Participating in the parade as a nonprofit and putting a float in or a couple cars in and gathering the volunteers to decorate and be in the parade is a whole amount of work as well. So the organizing of the event is key. If you think that the Rodeo Association would be willing to work in conjunction with the city of Homestead as well as with the county, I think that they have they've invested and they've shown a lot of interest in supporting the rodeo parade. I know Commissioner Cohen-Higgins does great PR for them too, promoting it. And she has also held a couple of parades that have been very successful. So maybe they've kind of got it figured out. So if there's a way that our staff can get in touch with Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' office and see if they'd be interested in having a conversation on how they can help and support the Rodeo Association to bring it back, I think that's where it's going to be, a successful conversation, and then that would trickle down to the local nonprofits participating again and being involved. But I wanted to also touch on Vice. I can't get your title right yet, Sean. I'm sorry, but Vice Mayor's comments. I am disappointed to hear that nobody else was at that meeting with the county. Early on in my tenure here, that was one of the things I wanted to see, and I put it on myself I wanted to be at every county meeting. Well, I learned very quickly that I can't be at every meeting every time, and it is very far, and those meetings are very long. So for us to make the commitment to be at those meetings, it's a lot, but we should have somebody from staff representing the city, especially when it's on items that are really close to home or that are affecting us. I would say that every item that Mr. Ventura is at, we should be there too, probably, right? So let's try to get that on our agenda. February 22nd, it's a Thursday. I don't think there's any conflicting meetings for us, but just make sure an email comes out to us. Maybe put it on our staff to put it on our calendars so that we make it a priority to be there. I think that's a step in the right direction, and it should be a kind of like a practice for future council members to do as well. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we'll put it on the calendar and send everyone a reminder. We'll make sure to have staff there.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So let me touch again on the landfill issue. This is in the context of an appeal of the prior denial. So does that then represent a more judicial process than the prior quasi-judicial? What, do we have more limitations? It's not as if you've got, and I don't envision this, the residents with the torches and pitchforks and the airbase saying, heck no. Isn't it a little more nuanced and formal once it gets to an appeal? Or, what is it that we can do to participate at the appeal level?
So you're correct that it is in reference to an appeal. That appeal comes out of the county's jurisdiction over annexed property, and that's pursuant to an interlocal agreement, and they have a code provision that basically stipulates that the county has authority with making a comprehensive development plan consistency or determination that the proposed use is consistent with their comp plan. It's my understanding, based on listening to, I believe it was the county attorney, this question was asked, the rules of quasi-judicial procedures do apply in this instance. Affected parties are allowed an opportunity to be heard, also cross-examined. Mr. Ventura was cross-examined by the applicant's attorney today on the record. I'm not sure which county commissioner spoke, but one of the county commissioners did reference that they had received the City of Homestead resolution regarding Homestead's opposition. There were, I think, 3 or 4 people that spoke as part of the public hearing. I know, according to the county mayor, the item was deferred, but it was noted that public comment was closed. Now, that's not to say that they can't reopen it, right? It was mentioned that concern that there were not a lot of residents present, and county staff was asked, and the applicant was asked about the notice. And even because this is an appeal, those types of zoning application notices didn't apply. So that could be one of the causes for the lack of citizen participation. So that was noted, and county staff was directed to try to get the word out with respect to the deferred February 22nd follow-up meeting. But long story short, even though it's set up as an appeal, it is a quasi, and anyone appealing the county's decision would do so pursuant to the appellate rules of procedure. So those due process rights, evidence of the record, those things apply to the county's decision.
So it may be that in the event that we're faced with a situation where they do not reopen public comment, do we need to submit, for lack of a better term, some sort of brief? Something more than a copy of our resolution from 60 days ago?
That's a good question. We can certainly think about
Let's
that.
think about that.
But I think you're elected officials, and nothing precludes you from speaking to your elected official counterparts.
Extrajudicially, yes. I know, certainly they closed public discussion on the RTZ issue. We were not permitted to speak. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have unreasonable expectations as to what our level of participation might be.
And if you
So,
recall,
yeah.
Mr. Ventura did a very good job of explaining the basis position with respect to the county's determination and why the proposed debris clearing landfill was not consistent with the county's comprehensive development plan. Of course, the applicant objects to that. However, your determination, right, the resolution that we did was drafted to reference support for the basis position and objection. It wasn't just, we didn't have any other evidence. That was the reason for supporting the base for our opposition to the proposed use.
All right.
Just in case
Yeah.
any other issues or concerns that you all may have, that wasn't addressed in the resolution.
So-
And it was also referenced at the meeting too. Someone mentioned that Homestead had a meeting on it, and we did not. And so I think that should be cleared up or clarified at some point by staff that there is a pending application in Florida City, but the city of Homestead never had a separate application on it.
Well, then, it might be advisable to bring back to the CAL, which is in enough time, a resolution rehashing what we already said and expressing concerns about noise, odors, traffic, all of those other issues that could emanate and harm Homestead. If because what I'm hearing is that our resolution was very narrow in scope.
Correct. I mean, you could, but I think you would want to have some evidence of that in order to support that. I mean, those are all things that
Right. That we'd be cross-examined on, potentially.
that you could, but there should be something to back it up.
Mayor, isn't the same evidence that Larry Ventura used in his presentation the same evidence we would use? I mean,
Oh, but I don't know that he addressed potential noise, odors, pollution, traffic. That wasn't the issue of the base. The issue of the base was the attraction of birds, which could lead to fatal interaction with airplanes and their pilots.
how quick, Jerry, do you think someone on staff who was knowledgeable enough about proximity to dumps, could we get a report identifying these?
Definitely, we'll get right on it. I think it's pretty straightforward in terms of the smells and things like that. I'm sure there's existing reports about the existing dumps locations. So we'll get that and compile that information
Even
together so we can
perhaps
go ahead and do
roadway
some.
maps, that the only reasonable way to get there is for these trucks to go through
You're absolutely correct.
residential areas.
That's true.
And I
Yeah.
also recall there was a petition that I think that Vice Mayor.
It's an online.
Yeah, it was an online petition that he circulated, which I signed. I think I even contributed towards it, and didn't hear that was brought up, or was that finalized? And
It was sent to each commissioner. They all acknowledged the receipt of it at that time. And again, it was just a basic petition of the homeowners and the residents of Homestead objecting to it for the same reasons of the base, plus some additional items that, local residents right next door that had some issues.
There's been a lot of back and forth, like for several months, I think, with the county. What I can do is tomorrow I'll print off the agenda packet materials from the county commission meeting, and I'll forward them to Jerry and to the clerk so that they can circulate. It might be in a Dropbox, 'cause it might be too much to but
So we can see
in
the
whatever
flavor-
way,
the
whatever
flavor
way,
of where it's
I'll get
going.
it to you all so you all can have the agenda packet materials that were in the county commission agenda packet. Now, I don't know, nothing was presented by the applicant. They didn't get into their presentation. The item was deferred short of that. But we can certainly talk to Mr. Ventura if he has anything additional that he was going to present.
Yeah, no, I would like to be able to say that we tried every avenue and that we did everything that we could despite the outcome. So, once Jerry, you've gotten what you could get from, from our research on these items, and then try to get a date to meet in advance of the 22nd with as many commissioners as possible, at least to deliver our brief and say, listen, we care about this item. We sent you a resolution. We had another COW meeting about it. Here's all of our data points and why you should deny it or reject or deny the appeal. That way we can sleep at night on the item.
Yeah, we'll definitely put something together, and like you said, we'll meet before the 22nd. Also, another source, Lennar's building 1,300 units there. We'll reach out to them and make them aware as well, so I'm sure their input at the county will have a lot of weight as well.
I would think they have weight at the county. Councilman Roth?
Just want to, on the public side of this, and getting people to the county commission meeting, I remember many, many years ago, actually two different times. One was to save the Air Force Base, and we had to go to the state, to Tallahassee, and we actually rented buses and bussed people up to Tallahassee to fight for our base. Obviously, logistically, to get to downtown Miami to a hearing is very challenging. Also, Robert is Here did the same thing when the county was coming after Robert is Here to actually shut him down and not allow him to sell all the ancillary things of preserves and bottled things that weren't what they would consider true agriculturally grown in our area. And we bussed 2 bus loads of people, put them in red shirts, and it was a very quick hearing, and they voted in respect of Robert, and we still have Robert is Here that way. So maybe if there's enough public support and we put out the call that we could arrange some kind of public transportation, whether it be buses or whatever, so that they don't have to worry about parking, paying for parking, and fighting traffic and doing all the things that would keep people from going downtown to voice their opinions on this subject. So just a thought, once you guys figure out some things, if... Yeah, well, we could do that too, but once you guys figure out the plan and what we can and can't do and what we should do, we'll be able to do our social media aspects of it, put it out there and say, listen, if you sign up for this thing, seats are limited, but we need you there. Maybe we do a T-shirt. Maybe we do something that unites the city against this landfill on the south side of Keys Gate, which I think would be incredibly tragic if they were able to get this put through. They're going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming at us, not us specifically, but for that project, and we have to keep pushing back as much as we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Very important issues. All right, I just want to announce that Council members Cannonball and Davis have agreed to be the code liaisons to the Faith and Community-Based Organization Advisory Board. Also, Councilman Davis will be the liaison with the Education Committee, and Vice Mayor Fletcher has agreed to be the liaison to the Tourism Advisory Committee.
We have a meeting tomorrow night?
A meeting tomorrow night, okay. You have dump tours? Landfill tours? Okay, My next item is tab 17, which is an additional amendment to the council procedures. In short, this would allow each of us to bring items that have, been through staff, been through attorneys, and are in a more, I'd say, a less half-baked form than something here on the fly where those of us may have more questions and we get hung up. This would enable each of us to have initiatives more fully put together and documented with the help of staff and our attorneys, whatever the case may be, to bring for council consideration under new business rather than under council business, and that it would specifically limit, council business to the types of conversations we've had here tonight, not substantive items. So, in short, it would allow us to digest and further create items on our own to bring to council without having to have prior council approval. I think we've all worked together long enough that we know what's going to go and what may not go, and what we're all interested in, and it keeps the substantive items as non-agenda items off the agenda. Now, what I would foresee, though, we had some conversation a couple of months ago about potentially going back to 2 meetings a month, one with quasi-judicial type items and the other with legislative and administrative items, so that we don't have these late nights. I think that, as we begin to talk about that and vet that, I'd like to have some further sunshine meetings among portions of us to really fine-tune and hone our procedures and move forward and, kind of move away from this is the way we've always done it. Let's get with the program. But for tonight, I'm asking council direction for the attorneys to bring a resolution along the lines of my memorandum in the package to modify the Code of Council Procedures. Mr. Attorney.
Happy to make this change if that's what the council wants, but I did want to point out a discussion that Councilman Davis brought up, which was the timing as well. And so currently, items that are submitted by council members have a deadline of Wednesday prior to, but I know we were trying to back up the dates for submission so that the agenda packages could be distributed at an earlier time. So as you're considering this, I would encourage you to consider putting some date threshold on for the request and submission of these things, so we make sure that everyone's on the same page about when things need to be in and what expectation there is to be on the next subsequent agenda based on those requests.
Thank you. I'm certainly open to that additional item. We've had that discussion while we're doing this small scale amendment, so to speak. Let's and again, we can discuss it and look at it in full at the next Cal meeting. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I vaguely recall this form of this item having brought up in the past.
A year ago, yes.
And I'm not sure if it's exactly the same because I didn't look. Okay, because I like the idea of being able to ask staff to do some work on an item and actually, kind of iron out a lot of the questionable details and have an item that I think would be a home run be ready to go, right? And get a lot of that pre-work done and out of the way. But I just need some clarification, Mayor. Does this keep us from being able to bring up under our agenda, any items that we think of during our meeting or that we receive, within a few days of our meeting? Like, is this restricting us or keeping us or censoring us from being able to come up to this dais and have our meetings and speak freely on our our constituents' concerns. In addition to, like, is it a requirement to do it this way, or is this giving us the additional power?
You know, I see this as giving this the ability, you know, to really bring an item forward without prior council discussion. Yeah, like I say, iron out those wrinkles. It shortens the discussion, shortens meetings. There's more certainty when it hits.
Yeah,
hits
I like
the
that.
table.
I definitely like that approach. I just want to make sure that if I'm not ready to necessarily
Right.
have staff invest all that time, energy, and money and resources, that I can still bring a discussion item and say, what do you think? I'd like to do this. So you're not
Sure,
proposing
no,
to
no,
censor
no.
that kind?
We're not restricting that. You've got the ability to do that as well. And I think that there's buried in that resolution somewhere that I think with the approval of obviously a majority of council, we've got the ability to take up a substantive non-agenda item under council business. That what I'm bringing does not propose to eliminate that. So we're just looking for some consensus for the attorney to bring this change back in resolution form at the
Thank
committee of the
you.
whole meeting.
And that the way that you read the resolution, or that you would formulate the resolution, you see that as consistent with what we're talking about, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and what I can do is I can leave some blanks in for timeframes as you flush that out, and during that discussion, we can just make a motion to input whatever it is that you'd like to do, whatever parameters you want to set on that.
I like that approach as well because, you know, in retrospect and thinking about our last COW meeting and in discussion with staff, I definitely want to see our packets be a lot clearer when we have those 3-inch tabs with those sub-tabs that we're talking about. But I think the deadline of Wednesday is helpful in a lot of ways. And so if we are too restrictive on when we can get items in, it could delay progress. It could delay activities and items.
But if
So-
we go to 2 meetings, that's not as crucial either.
True. So, you know, let's see.
See
We're
how
going to
that
be able to have
meshes.
further
Yeah.
discussion with staff, and we can get a clearer idea as to what would you propose as the new deadline? How would the new 2 meetings work out? And then we can make a decision at the day the resolution comes back for approval, right?
And in that regard, if staff has started looking at and can give us their thoughts on the pros and cons of going back to a 2-meeting month or 2 council meetings a month, and that would perhaps ease that shorter deadline.
As long as there's some more grace to doing
Right.
remote meetings. If we had to for that second meeting, that I would appreciate that. But
Like Matt, we don't have any issue with this item. We'll definitely work together with Matt and take a look at the timelines. I think that's where my most concern would be, because depending on the complexity of the issue that the council person is bringing, there is a time frame, depending on what it is. I don't know what it is, but if it's a very complex issue, we may need more time to put the packet together versus, you know, right now, we have the Wednesday 12 o'clock cutoff, and it's usually, hey, a discussion item, and then the direction is given, and so we have weeks or months to dive into that particular item. So I think the timeline is the most important thing, but definitely, like Matt, we're open to go ahead and make these changes.
Right. And in reality, let's say you wanted to bring a package. You're going to know what your deadline is. And I don't know that we have restrictions on perhaps first considering it. If you miss a council deadline, well, let's roll it 2 weeks later into a committee of the whole. So, you know, I think there's that flexibility as well. Mr. Pearl?
And so, and that was where I was going. I wanted to touch base on that. As we discussed 2 meetings, it was unclear to me if we were talking about 2 council meetings and the cow, or having a full council meeting replace the cow.
My
So it's
initial
actually
thought
3
process.
meetings.
My initial thought process is, and I hate to use this phrase, Councilman Davis, like we used to do it when I was a councilman, where we had 2 council meetings per month and a committee of the whole. That's what was the wheels that were turning in my mind. You know, with the modern twist of, if we can accomplish it, have a quasi-judicial night and an everything else night.
Okay.
while we're on it, if you don't mind, I would like to know from Development Services, how do you think the development community, in terms of commercial business and generating, more licenses for operating businesses, would that be helpful to have the extra meeting? Like, is that a measurable impact that we can?
Well, the licenses don't typically get approved here. I mean, what we're doing
Right.
here are entitlements, site plans, the planning side of the room. The building side, the permits and the subsequent inspections and the licenses happen outside of the council purview. They work on approved developments, and they're really subject to the Florida Building Code. Doesn't have a lot to do with the city of Homestead. I think the development community, it depends on if you have 2 meetings per month to do quasi-judicial types of things or planning types of items. If you still did it once a month, if you still did that type of meeting once a month, I think it would make our meetings shorter and more condensed. The way I look at these agendas is, frankly, they're 90% planning and 10% other stuff. I think it would be easier for everybody involved just to come hear the planning stuff and leave. We wouldn't be here as long and tired and trying to make those decisions. If we were to have 2 meetings and do 2 quasi-judicial or 2 planning type meetings, at a certain point, we're going to back for the first couple of months. We're going to push those deadlines out. We're going to have to we're going to have to reconfigure the deadlines. The hard part is what the applicants don't like are the deadlines. Frankly, to get on an agenda, we really just all the administrative stuff that has to happen. By the time we have to have our work done, put it in, get it reviewed, get it on your package so you could review it, we're talking weeks ahead of a council meeting. And we have applicants that want to, come to the meeting that day and submit stuff. We just simply can't do it.
Yeah.
So I think it would be generally beneficial, but not without glitches in the process.
And I think my comment regarding to the licenses is because that's ultimately the end result, right? If you're approving items more frequently and you're having more meetings on a month, then you're going to be creating more jobs, because they're building more businesses as a result. So I think, what about the DRCs and the cutoff times? Like, would you be able to potentially have a client come to the second meeting of the month that would have generally missed the first meeting of the month because of the DRC meeting date?
I think what we should probably do a brief workshop on our scheduling, because it's quite interesting and it's kind of complicated. But the fact is that the way we've got it set up, it takes a month. Right? The DRC, by the time the applicant gets out of the DRC, if they essentially need to have almost no substantive comments for us to prepare them for the next month's council meeting. So, for instance, our DRC week is the same week as the council meeting. So if you're on the, January? If you're on the January DRC and you get out of the DRC, it's happened this week, and there are no comments we're doing that now. We'll issue final comments by Friday. If there are no substantive comments, you can get to the February council meeting. If there are comments, it's going to take the applicant more than typically a day to go over the comments. It may take them a week, and then we've got to review the comments, and then you're really at the point where we're submitting our package to the manager's office, which means you without those comments in, you can't make that DRC. So they're going to go back a month and hit the February. So we can jimmy that up. I think we've batted around one of the ways to handle it are 2 DRCs, but that, it's resources. We would need to essentially double up our staffing. And not that it's necessarily a city staffing issue, because a lot of this stuff is run through cost recoveries. My comment to staff before was just hire more cost recovery people and just throw it at them until they can't handle it anymore. Don't use one firm, use 3 firms. The problem is that not enough people in the industry.
Thank you, Joe. And I appreciate the time on this item, because I think we have a unique opportunity to try to streamline the process a little bit more, because if we're going to add the secondary meeting, and let's say there's an applicant that maybe had 2 comments left, I call them conditions in my line of work. So if they have 2 comments left, maybe there would be an opportunity to clear those comments and get in time for the deadline for the second council meeting. Maybe that would But let's have a full review of your timing, and maybe we don't call it a DRC, but we call it a 5 conditions or less meeting review, 2 conditions or less meeting review, and we can try to get that applicant on the secondary meeting.
We typically do that and we can condition things if they're simple. If, look, frankly, my personal opinion, DERM review, we're going to pick that up in the backside. We can condition that, and, DERM is DERM and doesn't really have anything to do with what you got to do. But if it's a traffic comment that leaves us with a big hole, it's almost impossible, because there's kind of if they make an impact, they got to mitigate that impact. That's dollars that go to the city of Homestead. You can't necessarily approve them with gaping
They
holes in
either
the
can
traffic
satisfy the condition or not by the time, we have that second meeting. But if staff can just, when you're going through this process of creating the resolution and looking at your dates and your timelines and whatnot, please have that meeting with staff in Development Services so we can try to figure out how we can catch the window of opportunity to clear some final comments that an applicant would have to wait till the month later to come back. And we can use the secondary meeting to help those projects move forward.
I think just a warning though, you got the advertising issue, and
Yes,
that's
sir.
very sensitive timing. They've really got to crank those full and acceptable responses back to us to meet that advertising deadline. But if they do, there is the ability to put them on that second meeting. And conversely, if we didn't have anything ready to go or nothing that couldn't wait until the following meeting, we have a procedural resolution that provides for that second meeting, but it's not unheard of to cancel a meeting, such as we do when the Florida League of Cities convention or whatever move them around for holidays. So we provide for them, but we have way that we don't necessarily have to go forward with them either every month. But we've got the ability to do that. So yes, Councilman Davis.
Mayor, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. Professional organizations run efficiently, and this is a way, for us to run more efficiently. I think it's a great thing to bring up at this time. Attorney Pearl, I would recommend research in Miami-Dade County because the Board of County Commissioners has a similar timeline. It'll be the same but different, of course, but it may give you a template at least, you know what I mean, to amend it to what we need it, but to do some of the work.
I think we'd want to streamline the county's processes. If you're looking to make things quicker, I'm not sure that we want to mirror the county's process.
Well, it does work, I know that.
No, it does
I
work,
know
but
what you mean.
submission can take, a few months to get through committees onto their agenda. They have a pretty extensive
Well, they have
review
different
process.
committees, yeah, I mean,
It
bogs down.
But
things
I'm
that we
happy to
don't-
take a look in terms of submission to presentation. I'm happy to
Yes.
speak to
I mean,
to
we don't
their.
have the same committee,
No, we do not.
interference that they have.
Correct.
But nonetheless, their process is pretty well defined.
Yes.
So with their failings that are in there.
Sure.
And it may well, be
No,
beneficial.
and I'm happy to pull that, and I can, present that to you as part of a discussion, to help facilitate.
All right, so it seems we have a consensus at least to bring the framework of a resolution back to begin making, probably what'll be a series of amendments as we go forward. So thank you all. You may remember several months ago, I think we had a presentation on the school zone speeding sensors that were a new creation of the legislature. I recall, I think Pinecrest was the first city to adopt that. The county has adopted their situation, and I understand led a contract last week for a provider. And I just wanted to see if we were interested in putting this out there to staff to go out and solicit a request for information at the very least, to get a formal presentation on, and I don't know if would be a lot of leeway between, the 2 or 3 providers that are out there. But I guess the ultimate question is do we want to go forward with these systems Or what would you like to see further to determine whether or not we're going to go with the school speeding sensors?
Yeah, I think that there we need the direction. If this is something that you would all like to see, absolutely, we could do a request for qualifications. That way, all the existing vendors that actually provide this service will submit something to the city, and we can have them come and do presentations, obviously, how they operate, the monies, things of that nature. And then at that point, once we do that, council gives direction which vendor they would like to go with, and then we can move forward with giving them a contract if you all wish to.
Okay.
But there has to be that unified that you want to do this. And just an FYI, Mayor, I know you remember, we used to have red light cameras. And they were very popular in the beginning, but I know council received so many complaints that at one point, council decided we're not doing this anymore. So just putting that out there.
And it's a somewhat appropriate analogy, but it's far more limited and with the technology and the safeguards in place from 20 years ago. But yeah, I know that's something we may face. So do we have a consensual nod of heads to that? Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. As far as the breakdown is concerned, so anybody going 10 miles over, they're subject to a $100 fine, or does it matter how fast they were going?
I think we could work with the vendor and the police department, of course, on that speed.
So that's not set through the House bill, that this is the way we need to split? Because my other question is, $60 goes to local public safety initiatives, including the speed detection. Is that $59 a month? Or close to half?
Sure. We'll have Captain
Yeah,
John
we
answer
had
that question.
Some estimates. I don't remember what they were. Hey, Captain. Good evening.
I guess the question is,
Statutory breakdown of the money?
Yes.
Okay.
How it's broken down is anybody that's going over 10 miles an hour, it's just a $100 fine, or is it based like if you're going 20 miles over or 30?
it's based upon, you have up to 10 miles an hour, and then it's a $100 fine. They
What-
issue the notice to us, and then we make the decision whether the citation is issued.
So I guess your
So
question is if
regardless
they're
of
doing
them going
20.
70 miles an hour or 20, it would be $100 flat.
Based upon that statute, using those type of cameras, yes. It's different than we actually, got them on our radar. We
Right.
actually observed it. It's after the fact, so that's why it's set, doing that allowance of 10 miles an hour over.
And any idea where that $60 that's for the local public safety initiatives and the software itself? Any idea how much the software is out of that $60?
Well, I think it depends on the vendor and what they're supplying, and what their equipment, whatever
'Cause-
deal they work out with us on the agreement.
And that'd be in the RFQ.
Okay, so they would say that if you get 2, we're only taking this percentage, or if you get 20,
Right, that would be part of
That's what I
the
was wondering.
request for qualification. All that detail will be in there, so then you all can make an informed decision at that point.
yeah, definitely if a decent amount goes back to our safety initiatives and people are not
Yeah.
racing through speed zones, then it's a whole nother
It's not
ballpark
about the
than
money, it's about the
red-
safety.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so are we good with, yes, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Does this include like the signs that tell you you're going 15 or 20, you're going to slow down?
We could look into that, but I mean, right now, obviously, there's school signalization right now. School zone is active, flashing lights, drive 15 miles per hour. But we'll talk to the vendors and see if there's additional signage we can actually, obviously, they're going to put photo enforced
Yeah.
signage, but once we talk to them, we can see what additional signage they can actually put in.
I'm
Because
sure
I-
the
it just-
statute's probably pretty specific as to the minimum
And
standards.
most school zones right now have the sign that tells you how fast you're going.
Not all, and that's why.
Not ours.
Not all, so that's
Okay.
why I would like to have those. That's very, because everyone can see how fast you're going with that sign.
Right, okay, so definitely that's something we could talk to them about and make sure that that's put in place as well at that time.
And for the school at Waterstone, do we have the extra school zone lights there to slow them down? Do our police officers know who do the off-duty detail there? It doesn't, right? So on Campbell Drive, there's no separate light that will flash during the school. But maybe that's because the school entrance is facing the Waterstone Way versus Campbell Drive. Can we just take a look at
It's
that?
Waterstone Way because I think the county does not allow Campbell itself to be the school zone. And Captain, correct me if I'm wrong, the front of the school is on Waterstone Way, and I think that's where you have the speed restriction.
Right, okay, thank you.
And I think we've got the ability to, it's not a blanket. We can, expand, we can target the problem areas. I believe it's as many cameras as we want to have or not have. So we'll see, but yeah, I think those are details I would like to see about.
Are we able to access the camera footage for other things? Like if there's a crime or something, are we able to, I see heads nodding. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not big on,
The police are shaking their head that yes.
I'm not big on on cameras watching everything we're doing, but when it comes to our
Yeah,
kids
if there's a
and
crime, I'm
public
sure they can
safety-
access the video and see if they're, the perpetrator came by there or something of that nature.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. So we're going to have staff advertise the RFQ.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, so a little bit late, but I think we need a motion to extend the meeting from 8:30 to 9:45. We have a motion, moved by the Vice Mayor. Second by Councilman Davis. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next discussion item. And I touched on it a little bit earlier in the hearing. And it may be, and I don't know if it is, it might be closing the barn doors after all the horses have already run out. But maybe not. There's going to be redevelopment and, every little niche. And you touched on it, Councilwoman, that self-storage facilities don't add a lot of jobs. They don't add,
We have
tax
that
base.
applicant with the Chick-fil-A that they pulled that self-storage
Right.
piece from their commercial plot, so they could very well bring it back.
So I'd like to hear your thoughts as to whether or not we want to begin the process of eliminating enclosed self-storage as an allowable use going forward. I mean, obviously, it's kind of like the moratorium. It's where you draw the line. Those that have been approved but aren't yet coming out of the ground have been approved, and we live with it. But a situation where, in lay terms, we don't have any more coming. Would we like to have our attorneys and our planning staff go forward with that kind of legislation to
I mean, I
remove
don't-
that use?
My only question would be, I mean, we're allowed to do that, right? Okay, and then I think that self-storage facilities generate a lot of bulk trash. You can just drive by the one off of Old Dixie.
Oh, my
And it is
gosh.
perpetual, it is just complete eyesore. And, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast.
And a couple of jobs and a lot of otherwise very viable commercial space that could
Correct.
be doing something else.
Correct. And one of the questions that I meant to ask, and I forgot what the applicant that was here earlier, I was going to ask about the size and storage of the garbage containers, and I was curious about what does our code require, and is it really sufficient? Because of the, if people are emptying out their storage unit, when they need to dump it, they're just putting it on the curb instead of using maybe the garbage bins that are there, but irrelevant at this point. So I'm
That
in
was the
favor
nice
of
thing about this when it was not on a main road. The one we did tonight is kind of sequestered. Okay, so it seems as though we have consensus to move that forward. Okay, really quick. So I understand we weren't able to schedule the presentation on the Triangle property until the week after next. The week, February 5th?
The first week of February, right, Zach? Yes.
Okay. Was that our in-house and council availability? Or was it their availability?
A combination.
Okay, because the reason I ask is, and do we have anything on the books yet for bringing the two proposers for the Stem Bridge property together?
We're working to get them together offline. We have not yet scheduled
Okay.
the presentation to come back to you.
Well, the reason I ask is I spoke with the attorney earlier in the week, and they are ready to go on the initial moratorium presentation. But what I'm hearing is there's probably not, elected officials in masse are probably not available next week if we're not having the triangle discussion next week. So, Mr. Attorney or attorneys, how much time do you think that would take for your presentation on the initial primer on moratorium guidelines?
Maybe just, yeah, it's just a primer.
Probably 20 to 30 minutes.